amidst it, it still is difficult to master. Checking the readings. Still need that soft bend. Another plug-in needs to then be utiled. Even so, I would not lie. Even inside my head at the moment, that I know I've suddenly felt more hollow inside. The industry feels like it's going in free fall just recently. Even so, I'm right here, I'm already here, right now. Broadcasting live at this time. There's no way I'll ever stop playing the stream game. Imperative to explain as well. It's my 11th year now streaming. And there's no way that I'd ever drop this. Something's amiss on the YT broadcast in terms of this mix, and I know why. Precisely why as well. We downmix that to mono or monaural. It needs to, I think, be drifted to the left end, and it's only onto the right. Even so. The points that differs between using OBS as well as Streamlabs desktop. One runs with logarithmic and actual decibel numbers, the other is just a linear, quote unquote, scale when it comes to adjusting audio. Still have it licked in a sense. Never is the flaws still can exist though. Particularly if others don't adjust it correctly. This was important to do this first before running any broadcasts. It is no exaggeration at pointing about when I explained I was hollow, at least inside. Even so. Seen the powder keg already with the fuse lit. It doesn't matter that this Halloween bullshit is going on. This has been one of the most destructive months of the year. I believe actually it's worse than it was last year, in 2024. In fact, it's not just that. People are starting, of course, bid farewell to being streamers. This is the reality. Instead of having to be swallowed in fully to some of the dogma, where there's way too much AI slop, way too much of the usual propaganda. And the masses getting further dumped down as well. Even I'll admit, I may not have a future. As long as I'm still around, though, and feeling happy to some degree with doing this, then at least I feel that I'm at least alive at some level. This really is the only hobby that I really just probably do better than anything else. It's really sort of the way that I really roll in these sort of systems. To me, it's not about what time I'm up. Who else is live at the time? But the sobering reality, the actual contingent of streamers has, I'd say dramatically reduced, to be fair. To make matters more complicated, the other story, the journalists, the actual casualty count was greater than my first expectation. It's then been solidified and as confirmed as proof or truth or whatever. True. I didn't know someone had been inside my head before. The effect had disappeared since Sunday. What's still important, even amidst everything, knowing to still maintain that same sort of love from within myself. There's still some unfinished business I know I still have to do. I don't even care really if we're just making the story up as we go along either. I'm done having to hide other feelings. I'm now on both YT and Twitch. Only those two services. Isn't utilizing where I absolutely could. If I would. In fact, I might do it now. Dude, there's typically no frills, mind's own business. Won't screw around, of course. Too much, because I mean, these setups are pretty quick, both on Twitch and Discord. It does require a bit of effort actually to do streams directly to the YT channel. Shouldn't be italicized. We're keeping things as simple here. I've been aware of my fate for a while. If there's any intention that I feel like I'd ever stop, you all are dead wrong. I will never stop. Did say this is my 11th. I'm starting my 11th year running on Twitch. Began, of course, using Xbox One console for streaming. But the way I've evolved of recent is more important to remember too. You just take who's around at the time. Doesn't matter the time of the day, doesn't matter when. Not putting some SOS or anything of the sort. This is now about survival. It makes no difference what games I or anyone else plays. To still have that commitment and pride in still rolling these games does matter more than probably anything else in the world that I can think of. Already said before, there's other unfinished business that I know I shouldn't forget about. The events previously was fun. Was even directly mentioned. Well, with one user last night as well. Even so, I still would. What I'm tired of, and I'll come very clean. I'm really sick of continuing to play this cryptic game. Really sick of the cryptic information, and prefer to becoming an upfront about where does our own hearts lie. Where's our futures? Honestly, I'm fine with isolation. I know I'm yearning for something deeper. That time will come eventually. At the moment, I'm now gonna refocus back on my work. Another day in the office, alright. The usual shenanigans. But the way I've evolved in the times that came and went. I'm in a really difficult place in my life now. And aware about many of the other opportunities that still are present. I've made my decision about which game I'm going to run. Or have I yet? What differs though is that I run this as the real game, not some direction that I describe as fictitious. Go back into the range of the tried and true stuff. Just to start things. This will not be a long broadcast either. Fade it out and then fade it back in. So be it if I fade. I'll take the skills I've already acquired before. Before rolling on, let's check exactly how this looks on the other surface. No problems, it's clean. Sure, I know I screwed around before. But didn't think I ever gave up. That may eventually become an exercise in futility in due course. We've seen much more than our fill, haven't we? I'm gonna sit idly by and, of course, feel the silence has to be broken. The worst habit, though, is feeling unloved. So much so that it could even kill me. Yep. What's still critical to remember? Being away, still working. Committing. And being aware of all the progress I've already done before. The other moments that have to come later. The nature of this work is it's unscripted. Run on a different schedule than, say, other players or other people. And other VTubers recently are showing their real selves. I've only seen a few examples just recently on other broadcasts, but that's what's going on. In understanding that it feels like the moment has been drawing quite, well, desperate, I'll say. That's all I will say. Not only that.
Prepare to fight.
The grip as well of other companies choking, continue to choke some of us players onto a silent exit.
Fight. Lead lost.
They've been choked so much they cannot continue. In the stating many of them are able to still continue amidst all of the pressure and the AI systems rolling inside of them, and the consequence of that. They ain't alive the same way they used to be. Saying it is easy? Rest assured, it never is and never was. let alone understanding about the accolades as a streamer myself. A soldier who continues to seek the avenues, sometimes even the unknown, and is aware about the differences between knowing what it's knowing many still just simply come in, do their own streams. Many of them are barely recognized. It's the way. That we need to remember there's still specialists where they're barely recognized, but they do exist running this sort of games. Many would have already effectively abandoned a while ago. Most players these days talk about which is the next trend in games and stuff. The beast of the generative AI systems. It ain't my future. Except it is here to stay, as much as I, well, prefer it not to be. I did have some suspicions, though, that the time would come. And I feel like it's quite near. I've already said it, I'll say it again. It's my 11th year doing this.
Impressive.
Well, it's not Twitch, but
Tie. Impressive.
perhaps as important to not understand
Lost.
as well.
2 frags in 2 seconds.
Time.
Excellent.
It's starting to run out for me. But depends on my decisions I take from now until a little later down the track.
Impressive. Headshot. Lead tied. Lead
The scale
lost.
of the recent events, it's too serious to ignore, in my honest opinion. What I really cannot wait to be explaining is remaining very clear about my intentions. This is an instance where, yes, we can save many, but we cannot save them all, you know what I mean? That's precisely the situation we players are thrusted in to try to lead for the forefront. That what has to then be very clear, though, is the recent proliferation
Excellent.
to generative AI and other forms of AI in games, which have really flooded the industry much, well, in very recent days and weeks. It cannot be hidden. It needs to be explained like it's a normal subject, not as a taboo. Because it's not a taboo, it's reality. What point then would we just be effectively silenced over and over and over again? And all of these efforts are in vain at the end of everything. I refuse to sit silently. If I still am in this place, still rolling streams, but being proud about who I am as well, that matters so much more than anything else. The recognition as well of being punished so many tours, laps, or whatever. It cannot be ignored either.
Excellent.
I don't want to be hidden in that sense.
Lead tied. Lead taken. Impressive. Excellent. Lead tied.
firstly.
Impressive. Excellent. Lead lost. Lead tied. Lead taken. Impressive. Excellent.
There's numerous tech circles who treat us like we're dirt.
Tied.
Particularly us that have specialists which have a unique identity.
Tied.
That play not only, well, they only play really, well, for the love of the game above all else.
Taken.
It's to be torture sometimes.
Lead tied.
It is just how it is. I don't want them. I'm not one who's hiding my own scars. Everything I've endured.
Lead tied. Revenge.
No.
Lead lost.
Still important to remain awake. Understand the experiences that have happened is all real instead of
Impressive.
just fabrications.
Lead taken.
Points about popularity matter probably more for some companies than
Lead tied.
safeguarding protections for the
Taken.
creatives that still play this for the love of the game, like I said before, which create work, that play the games, that make their own assets, creating their own content, both visually and on the audio end.
Impressive. Excellent. Impressive. Excellent. Rampage.
Amidst much of the struggle, there's no way to stop the fight for anything. It's not only that. Sometimes it's nice. I would recognize
Excellent. Excellent. Rampage.
ignore it as a player. Amidst all this, I keep going. Still have a real strong sense of justice within myself.
Excellent. Headshot.
Understanding about if some
Frag
other
left.
systems treat me
Impressive.
like I'm a villain,
Frag
but
left. Excellent.
you see AI systems,
Rampage.
and we've already noticed the effects itself. It has been taking the lion's share, and it might even get worse.
Prepare to fight.
We could become redacted
3, 2, 1.
and,
Fight.
and eventually dispensable. In it, there's no way that would describe our abilities and experiences as commodities I'd throw away at least, or many experienced players would throw away.
Headshot.
For many others, though, running with the trends is the only way they can survive. Forgetting about why it's important to still be committed as a player instead of the exploit themselves again and again. Just be the, keep saying, and this is no different to this circumstance, to be the better hunter. It's been difficult in recognizing about the changes with the new system compared to the old system.
Headshot. Impressive.
Information age. We've been around for quite a long period, but now it's the AI age. felt any more disturbed in my streaming career. At least. Some of the rages inside of my mind. Because those rages are real. The stuff I feel is real. I'm older, but that does not mean that at least I feel I have no purpose. You don't know what's a monster or what really are the heroes from inside the monster, the beast. Some beasts do have a side where they can feel loved, respected.
Impressive. Lead lost. Excellent. Lead
Not too many being that open.
Impressive.
Understanding, well, for others, they just do not give a crap at all. Truth is, many are still insensitive about the differences of different players.
Lead lost.
Judge based on looks. Not care one bit about the substance of what they actually say. And then you take a look deeper. It's become a different type of plague. Some embrace AI systems. We're speaking generative AI and those forms of generative AI and agentic AI and other forms of AI that's been plaguing the system. That's 3 chances came and went, but now 4th chance to really explain exactly what I am.
Lead lost.
And it come around. That's now an ongoing circumstance.
Impressive. Lead lost.
Sitting silently, like I said previously, is a bad habit. Just stay silent though, is one point.
Taken.
I still pride myself at least doing
Excellent.
streams without commentary.
Impressive. Excellent.
But when the barrier that very few ever broke,
Impressive.
doing 240 FPS broadcasts on Twitch and 4K 60, 2160p 60 on the Twitch system, on the YouTube system, excuse me.
Revenge.
It doesn't mean that there are many dramatic events that happen in the world of artificial intelligence daily. Some stories just come out of nowhere. It's reality. Many stories, it basically just shows up. But if we just have to... Yeah. And to others who are recognizing why it's dangerous to be utilizing artificial intelligence in this age, then they'll learn the hard way. Bit by bit, they get harvested. And then they become they become less than human, so to speak. The staunch no AI stance I hold still remain a straight dedication that I'll never drop.
Excellent.
What I've already what I've already learned in my times as a streamer.
Impressive. Excellent.
Always room to improve.
Rampage.
I'm now 33.
Excellent.
Been in the game now just at the 10-year anniversary that came and went, excuse me.
Impressive. Excellent.
Rest assured, and I'll say this once again, it's hard to master what I've already mastered. It's sometimes hard to master these arts that I've already attained, and knowing about what the points of the futures of Generation Z and Generation Alpha, many of them will never really master what we in Generation Y, Generation Z, or at least prior to when the millennials came, sort of between 1997 to 1999, maybe even 2000. People born about that period, they might be the last real generation understanding about the differences.
Impressive.
many are already putting their sort of explicit stances against AI in the open arena. Opinions like these are opinions that come around is invaluable. Understanding what the beast within the big tech companies, for one example, the ability to continue to suppress, to censor,
Excellent.
to silence the players who, of their, by the design of the system, revert us all back to zero. To lose the will to fight as a streamer, a soldier. Been in this been aware of the downward spiral from somewhere early this year.
Impressive. Excellent.
Further amplified at the point, not only at the point of DeepSeek R1 that was launched.
3 frags left.
It began to really come to a head ever since the GB AI art trend really come in the mainstream circles. Then, recalling the launch of VO3 was itself quite Google VO3 being significant. The same goes for Google Flash Image 2.5, more commonly known as Nano Banana. Yeah. I still prefer to call it by Flash Image 2.5 to anyone who's wondering. Yeah. But if I reference it, it means Nano Banana as well, but I prefer to say it as I just said, under Flash Image 2.5. Not as easy getting that final frag, but we respawn, restart, redo.
Prepare to fight.
Preparing? I don't have to really focus on all that. Not to been on this for far too long.
Fight.
Protocols are typical, but some movements still are unpredictable even now.
Lead tied. Lead lost.
Collectively, it's 19 years I've been playing these Quake games.
Impressive.
Particularly when I feel Q3A still is one of my favorites. Such FPS experiences I've ever played. But that's based on my opinion.
Impressive.
Honestly, do you ever then think, much like the first launch games,
Tied.
would I drop it? Well, in a way, I did drop some of the Super Mario Brothers games.
Impressive. Lead tied.
Still, it was the origins of my actual experiences. It was quite a small guy's board of games. Combination of those platformers and sports games.
Lead lost. Lead tied.
As before though, there are many points I have to leave ambiguous. Some information still is confidential. Still can't exactly come out properly as yet. It wasn't easy work self-censoring in the recent months either. Adaptation, that's tough. Because there's many other points that have to be abandoned as a circumstance of...
Impressive. 2 frags in 2 seconds. Excellent. Impressive.
readjusting and reprogramming the mind. Sacrifices are necessary. There's others who just hide it. But those like I said, such sacrifices are indeed just part of it. Like I said, it does not matter about what the current season is. In case you had forgotten that I treat all the days as normal days. Nothing special on my calendar. That won't change. Many events I recognize but don't celebrate, okay? In my honest opinion, there's much more important matters that sometimes that actually takes high precedence, in my opinion. The next point others want to describe me as some loser, well, so be it. I've come quite a long way just by being the type of soldier that still defies expectation. Even so, many things have also changed in the services. Recent changes that have happened on YouTube. The changes that I've recognized through much of this year on the Twitch service. To many companies unable to actually adapt into the AI age. And the worst thing I've seen this month, it epitomizes with some companies and their priority. Profits over safety and creative freedoms and protections remaining in effect instead of it being torn little by little or even in large swathes.
Impressive.
Small nuances in our behaviors as well as the way we talk, the way that we think, cannot be replaced. At the same time, coming out of the closet ain't easy either. Easy then to exclaim farewell, never gonna see your ass again. We hear that every once in a while. The truth, of course, is, for some players, that's it. It's in fact reality, but for many fans, it's left ambiguous. Keep questioning if some of their favorite streamers will ever come back. And some of them, they've quit silently. They've terminated their own accounts. And what's coming around now? Where a different type of unity needs to come into effect, I feel. The importance of why this is not about profit, but it goes deeper. Some new video games being embraced. I mean, thinking of other recent acquisitions going on both in EA as well as Krafton of recent. Those companies being much more explicit in their utilization, I mean to say, in using AI systems from their own pipelines and development processes. Tools where they can further brainwash the masses if used inappropriately. And there are too many such cases. The systems are still, well, in its infancy, but the consequences at replacing human workers with AI systems is already as, well, explicitly clear, I'll say. Except it's starting to feel like recent evidence feels like among the clearest examples. We might be screwed from inside out. We still have to stand and understand why we're proud about who we are and the games we play, and nevertheless another hate us. We're in a system now that, you know, we're practically less relevant than we used to be. Drowned a morass and loud noise known as artificial intelligence. Deepfakes becoming not only far too convincing between us real players and all the fake and deep fake content that exists. What needs to then be pointed out, since the launch of Sora 2, that I was in with another realization. They'll never, even amidst everything, if we're still current, if we're still live, then that can never really be taken away. We still can store our memories in different places. If some of the services abruptly terminated or all the evidence on the services are vaporized, but the service goes on. As of the case, what happened in February 2025 on Twitch. The struggle to even maintain subscriptions in a sense.
Three, 2, 1. Fight lost.
That's actually a, well, that indeed, that's a struggle for some, since some of us on budgets can't exactly.
2 rails, impressive. 2 frags in 2 seconds. Lead, tied, headshot, excellent. Rampage, lead lost.
Continue placing our own, you know, investments in where some very specific technologies that run it. There's many who wouldn't fully understand exactly what it does, how it actually impacts the role as a streamer. There's a reason I explicitly refrain. Do not use those forms of artificial intelligence myself. But what it really is a different battlefield that's been experienced. It's more cyber than it really is physical. Analog, right? There's no difference to form. Keep in mind, I'm aware about many bot accounts that exist, but I'm also aware about many AI accounts that also exist as well. And what extent, to what extent, then?
Impressive. Excellent. Lead, tied, excellent. Rampage.
At a system that I'm aware of.
Impressive. Excellent.
There's multiple threats within these new forms of AI. Remaining informed, at least, has kept me, well, at least, in this place to explain, well, anyone that pays attention. Well, then to be consumed by the disease eventually. It may happen. Amidst everything, though, that importance to remain the hero, sometimes the silent hero. Still isn't easy. It is a form of creative expression, so be it as well. Very few things in the world nowadays that can in fact replace what, of course, that we've already, well, I've already gained, I should say. But I use the term we because, given the situation, just since it isn't only I, but since I do have basics as well, but Inez still the buddy on my shoulder and my head anyway. Gekido bases. It's never been easy evolving the other consciousness. Threats though, I keep saying, what's happening still is itself become an even larger threat. It makes no difference if it's solo or collaboration. The truth also is, there's a feeling I feel like I'm fading into
Lead tied.
nothing.
Lead tied.
On the other hand,
Lost.
I still feel I have a hidden presence somewhere else. Once the beast is awakened, I also feel it might awaken myself. The time is not right, however. I already know it's coming.
Tied. Impressive. Excellent. Rampage.
If it means there's a great deal of waiting, that's fine by me too.
Tied. Impressive. Lead taken. Excellent. Excellent.
A few times I've cried.
Impressive.
The thought of
Excellent. Headshot.
disappearing, almost like a blink. What's important right now, I'm just repeating, I wouldn't ever let the experience just, I said, and I'll say it again, you know,
Lead.
generative AI and other things like that, to just
Tied.
take me down. Because firstly, what I stick with is what I stick with. Even if all I do is talk English. Isn't exactly multilingual. The soldier who's different from the rest. The person who constantly prefers to wear black. The one, often silent. Many believe I'm lurking other channels, but I'm a genuine viewer to many of them.
3 frags
The
left.
issue, though, some wouldn't even discern the differences. But you think how long I've been in this game for as well. And remains true to a different type of art, improving his own craft, or their own craft. Not everyone, of course, will get in openly and explain.
Impressive. Excellent. 1 frag left.
The processes
Vote now. Vote past.
that self-improvement.
Prepare to fight. Three, 2, 1, fight.
Reflecting and then waiting. Well, at the start of November is the next question of what happens.
Lost.
After another great event that supposedly is still coming through. might be still being
Lead lost.
concocted and planned as I speak. Another swarm. Consumed from both outside and inside. They've taken too much. But also, I feel lost. But at least I feel I have a direction to take. What I say and do next, though, I say that it does matter.
Impressive. Lead tied. Impressive. 2 threats in 2 seconds. Lead excellent.
Rare as well when you feel that you're much more awake inside. Let me then come clear again. Recent communications by another entity, or well, there's some who call it angels, okay? But I mean the same I use as an entity in this front. But much of that is confidential. That's all I will say, but I already explained one thing, so that's at the point. So I'll move on to the next point.
Lead tied. Headshot. Lead lost.
Still can't let those impulses overwhelm me. Yep.
Impressive.
Recognition, and I'm already aware that the new Prime Minister of Japan is Sanai Takaichi, female. Wouldn't forget it. Remember looking through a range of articles, but be wise on calling her, of course. Prime Minister Takaichi now is a new Prime Minister now, of course. Is the sole technically Japan's Prime Minister.
Impressive.
That's how it is. You still need to do, of course, usual formalities in relation, you know, process. Becoming, well, a higher member of like governmental parliament or whatever.
Tied.
Any of those formal procedures still have to take place.
Tied. Impressive.
But for many of us,
Lead lost.
that
Lead
is my type
tied.
anyway.
Headshot. Lead lost.
It's extraneous and all unnecessary.
Lead tied.
Incidentally, that's why, of course, Trump and his
Lead lost.
group were up in Japan at the time of this broadcast. It's all part of a grand trip to Asia and some other parts of the world celebrating Halloween as well. Something I still don't give up. Well, I don't care about, actually. Recognize but don't celebrate it. There are parts of the world where that happens nearly every single day, actually. Tortured. I'm used to being surrounded, of course, by so much government-based propaganda. Now it's time I feel like...
Lead taken.
Well, that's my take, but some genuinely still celebrate it. And would deliberately censor us if, of course, we had our opinions, of course, where it is. AI has already overtaken many of the ideas. 23rd of 23rd of October.
Impressive.
And in that point, since that day, and an update on Counter-Strike 2, which, trust me, I was actually in there. Although I probably had instructions before at first in not doing a stream. Although, what my orders then in my head, simply just to do something. Didn't have any regrets. It was only about 35 minutes in length.
Lead tied.
If I did in one way say that I was relatively bored
Lead
with
lost.
the new mode, the retakes mode, well, in a way I was. We return right back to just deathmatch and Counter-Strike 2.
Lead lost.
But this is critical to remember this. The hidden quote-unquote update that also happened.
Revenge.
Yeah, it's now already written large for a while now. We'll just say it's been the whole market was stripped of something it's worth, just to put it that way. Everyone else needs to do their own research on why that is significant in that sort of project. As well as the both mental and psychological effects, particularly the ones who had immense wealth just playing the skin market.
Two frags left.
The update itself just come out of nowhere. It's considered major. In fact, it wasn't one of those really small updates. The actual update was abnormally profound.
Headshot.
It was toward the 10-year anniversary that I've been a streamer on Twitch. Part of my, I'd assume either third or fourth, chapters may be the word, but phase would not be appropriate either.
Prepare to fight.
This is all part of one full journey, split into sort of
3,
the different
2,
ages.
1. Fight. Lead lost. Lead tied.
Generations, periods,
Lead lost.
eras, as I just said. What matters, though, understand it. Through my time, I'll never give up playing the game for anything. It goes more than just games within the game, it goes beyond that. It's really understanding if you remain committed, even amidst everything that's been happening. Amidst, as well, much of the AI-generated content that's proliferated and flooded the system. How do we exactly continue breathing, in a metaphorical sense,
Impressive.
the fresh air, basically, when that's been then consumed and oversaturated in one way through all this generative AI content? Some that's straight up slop or junk, really low quality material, updated, further suffocate some of us creatives who've made a living just trying to break new grounds, improve their raw skills, both in-game and in stream. The cost of fame as well. The point of the mental toll some take. And worse, communities where they don't even really speak about real content these days. It's mostly
Impressive.
they just speak about the exciting trends in AI instead of the real players. Not very many explain about many other players who don't have as much recognition in it. They're almost deliberately suppressed from the rest of the communities. Some need to blossom, but they need the recognition. For far too long, I've been basically stuck just almost completely isolated, I'll say.
Excellent.
They still wouldn't replicate what I'm able to do. Very few in the world even can. That's something I boast with pride as well.
Impressive.
The broadcast on Twitch is 240 FPS. That is indeed a fact. One of those few who is happy to use the tag. But it's not only that. There's very certain other broadcasts I see around Twitch that almost nobody else touches, or even looked at. Then there are occasions I check it. Though the numbers sometimes are suppressed by other bot channels that follow and almost completely siphon the viewership.
Excellent.
Was aware about many of those stories at a much deeper level. Well, in recent months. It is still a scourge. Several years later, it still is a scourge. It's a problem. There's others who are happy, but there's too many who are pissed or angry. That's what I'll say.
Impressive. Excellent. Vote now.
I will admit, never was as focused on the PGO Bucharest 2025 event. Did have some interest. Something else just come around and, well, I had some more to describe it.
Fight. Lead
Those other
lost.
feelings inside. Nevertheless, there's no way I'd ever stop.
2 rails. Impressive. 2 frags in 2
Currently,
seconds. Excellent. Lead lost. Lead tied.
So,
Lead lost.
under that other music project, yes. Certainly arranging ideas for a new EP. I may not be compiling many ideas, but rest assured, folks, yeah. I continue, and I mean this.
Impressive.
Working,
Headshot.
sometimes in secret or in silence, at focusing on how to improve the project. And not only that, that I've, in one way, had mastered or improved being proficient, I'll say, with a new mastering technique in my music,
Impressive.
and also doing remasters
Excellent.
in this in a very similar sort of respect.
Rampage.
Specific VSTs I utilize to make a massive difference.
Impressive.
That depends if you know how to use them. Don't ever just focus on letting AI systems, of course, do that quote-unquote work. I've already recognized that's a poor man's alternative, or as a poor alternative to a human doing all the adjustments instead of letting programs make the adjustments. The result sometimes is straight up distortion, which, as I said, with an experienced human hand, it would be either mitigated or basically non-existent in relation of the presence of distortion in mastering process with music, where a raw master basically has absolutely no actual distortion unless certain samples were already, well, utilized. Distortion, where there are some that they do it as a creative form, not just a creative form of expression, but part of the musical procedure, usually talking in electronic styles.
Impressive. Excellent.
It won't be easy to completely let go of some of the inhibitions. I've been already around the horn for so long, and I already know one thing. I already know that the time isn't too far up until something's about to emerge up from all that work, the hunting, to finding a certain love of my life. And not only that, remaining true to my principles. Staying true to the game and to myself. Even if I might not have much respect in my own family. I don't work the same as they do. I'm actually really different from them players. That shouldn't then mean that I should abandon my family. Sometimes that's all I actually have in my life. 15 or so years I've had no friends. Which I'd be calling genuine. Multiple other truths, though, I have to also recognize. It might have been a relatively inglorious path when remembering the first years, except that I feel, since a chain of other events had happened, that I feel much more awake than I had been before. But I'm in that very, very rare creed or group of streamers capable in really complicated and sometimes nearly impossible sort of settings within OBS and other programs. For many, many years, of course, where I usually only stream onto one service. More recently, and not only was I aware about the trick in knowing about a very specific new streaming method, you may say? Not really new, no, excuse me. Process to the way I broadcast my own work. Not only running on Twitch and on YouTube. Recently, yeah, do utilize Discord as well. Stuff which I think in most of the time when playing competitive shooters, I wouldn't personally use. Preventing, as I said, well, snipers and others effectively just checking the broadcast when there's no delay.
Vote now. Vote passed.
Start again.
Prepare to fight.
Excuse me.
3, 2, 1. Fight. Lead lost.
I've already recognized previously that there isn't anything that's controlling my head like it was before. In fact, some stories I'll even explain straight up. could be completely out of fiction, but I know I felt it. I know it was real.
Rails. Impressive.
2.5 hours I've had with sleep, but in any case, the decision is at least independent from the other entity. And thus I'm just then focused instead, just get back on what is working, stick with it. It's not as easy because sometimes I barely go outside, right?
Tie. Lead taken. Lead tie. Lead taken.
To still switch games if I choose to, but that's the thing about
Impressive.
sometimes just being active without a schedule.
Lead
Anything
tie.
goes sometimes.
Lead lost.
I've matured a lot as well. That's critical too. Even if being aware that I felt like I had been caged in the past. Understanding. Since it feels real clear that I remember about a secret code that come around. In that specific case, I won't lie. It was only recently I just cracked it, but I won't go no further. Find another way. That's all I will say. Sure, maybe my own vision. I'm squinting quite a fair bit. The fact of it. They describe like bags under the eyes. Then I came around doing about 14 straight out, not straight, but about 14 hours of broadcasting before this. And then taking that little 2.5 hours of sleep. Must then remember them 2 comments that I am thinking, well, maybe 3, maybe even 4. Which I have to compile off at the end of this broadcast as well. Quite the phenomenon going on. Still going on now, at the time of this. Even so. Still, amidst everything, I'm still very staunch against not using AI in my own work. Fighting on the way that I do.
Vote now. Vote passed.
Game from the top.
Prepare to fight. Three, two,
Let's keep pushing.
1. Fight. Lead lost. Lead tie. Lead lost.
Could you excuse me a second? Currently, it's turned into an interesting race. Well, I wouldn't say race. Game 3. MLB World Series Game 3 between, well, the Dodgers versus Blue Jays. And, well, at the time of this broadcast, at the time this was live, that was actually only with the Dodgers that scored another single run. Still in the bottom of the 5th. I point out while the moments that it's still critical stuff, you know, AI systems can never replicate. a little deeper.
Rails. Impressive. 2 frags in 2
Since we can't
seconds.
let those other
Excellent.
feelings just disappear. Specific habits.
Impressive.
Nah, I don't have the cerulean-shaped eyes either at the moment. I mean, try to keep them more open. Yeah. And another run. Now it's 4 runs all. Another run scored only there from the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's actually it's Los Angeles Dodgers, excuse me.
Impressive. Excellent.
Deadlocked at 4 runs all.
Rampage.
Still in the bottom of the 5th inning. Yeah. And watching, well, it's 2 other streams still grinding on Apex Legends. Excuse me, one player that's a Predator, the other that's at Diamond level. Commitment. I won't go no further in terms of the terminology that I use. Nature take its course. Everything gets wiped out. The most precious of personal belongings also being swept and destroyed, or destroyed in the swarm. What AI also has taught, what the lessons I've learned through AI as well is it does also shape relationships at a deeper extent.
Impressive.
In everything I've seen and read and experienced, there never will be a substitution for the mother and the father who find each other. They may or may not get married,
Headshot.
start a family of their own, and raise it the way they raise it. Unfortunately, not every form would, in fact, really be compatible to the new age. In it, most forms of traditional, teachings, I'll say,
Excellent.
is practically dead, metaphorically. Why in the world would you waste your breath to try to teach him the many lessons that would only fail communities and societies? I learned another way. Trial and error. But that's a different method than through idols that never have and never will ever exist. But they're still treated almost in a form. Entities such as being quote-unquote celestial or at that. Those points of sheer impossibility, I'll say. In many wars, what's important as knowing that many battles can be very serious, as well as personal, in some respect, in some circumstances too. Getting off playing Quake Live in the end of this. Why fight when the leaders are too far ahead? You still have to play your part.
Impressive.
Not always easy. At least put some little highlights of your own.
Impressive.
At least broadcasts I'm talking about. At one level, not about other matters. Clips is another way I can describe it. Still harrowing get away. And that report, it's probably fabricated to an extent. Approximately 1,200 high-level journalists, gaming journalists who left and never ever planning to return to it.
One frag left. Impressive.
The double whammy then. Not only through disrespect, but the realistic prospect too. They could effectively take over. When left, of course, in to simply let grow uncontrollably without others to assist it in its growth process. Exactly where I left off. By the way, I'm getting as clear as day about this. It's a game I've only just recently had done my first session on as well as a couple of sessions before that. Where different circumstances. In a few games just to keep the headphones on. Let's do exactly that. None of that is a really punishing product. For many very reasons which I recognize what it really is. unusually brutal. Yeah, female protagonist, yes, I know, but it's not only that. No, the experience itself is straight up brutal. For everyone either. But I mean, you expected me to say that? Little movements make a big difference. And sometimes that's the difference between victory and defeat, is those really little movement, little actions. There's also a reminder. Alternatives. I've also come a very long way remembering my very first experiences on GoldenEye on the Nintendo 64 way back in 1998. I don't, you know, didn't come clean that I don't lie about my own experiences either. Another progress, 5th inning finished, where the result currently is 4 runs all between Dodgers and Blue Jays at the moment. Yeah, game 3. The series is 1 win each. Important to have added that point. Very specific. Well, there's sometimes it's expected, and sometimes it's not the expected either. Just feeling uneasy about the rest of the feeling like can't think about the props. Could even go nuclear. Staying true and true. That would be even more important. Thinking and planning ahead of the curve. When stuff that happens. What I really am not, I'm not happy about. Some respects. Stop the grind sometimes. That's what it is. Find your fix. Always easy to look for that new fix, let alone anyone that has a good enough mind. This way, that way. creature. Device. It's exactly a very Japanese version of the game. It's still... never mind. Others have probably seen the previous podcast, they may be aware. Situations we're accomplishing. Things really should have started, but... knowing that it's important to purity within a creative mind. Understanding you need well, there's the point to find your way out, basically, by killing every single target. Not that it's easier to say than do. False moves can only combatant out, the player out, excuse me. An experience which still does much more than at least seek finding new experiences. But not if it's anything that's popular. But if there's specific popular projects where, yeah, there were two important channels I wanted to also do some discussions checking. Blue Jays didn't score anything on their sixth inning. Well, the Dodgers down sixth inning, bottom of the sixth. Which that actually started just a short time ago, in fact. Place the headphones back on. Here it comes again. Another old school trick. Let them continue to fire their fully automatic weapon until they start to reload. Boomstick. Double-barreled shotgun. It does remind me too, with a few, feelings. Just doing that privately. The broadcaster was commentary free. No commentary, but did hidden commentary somewhere. I mean, when it happened as well. Take the targets out instead of... That method isn't going to work. Nor with this weapon. Ditch that. More powerful weapon. Nope. SWAT turn. Move downstairs. I do not like situations like that one bit, where they just deliberately evade like that. But it's the point about the difficulties sometimes predicting movement, as some pull back a certain way. Adding to that unpredictability, sometimes ragdoll physics placed into the mix. How is it this quiet outside of the other services? It's dealing with the reality. The double kick. It didn't work out. Restart. Just the matters just of the moments of where and when to move. Bottom of the 6th is finished, or the end of the 6th, but yeah, that was earlier, and the top of the 7th in progress at this time. Let's check full. Sorry, was it 3 balls 2 strikes count? The next ball was strike 3. The first out in that Blue Jay team's inning. Lower floor, yeah. It's the one upper. Just seeing it, a glimpse. Very clear. A heads up as well, I'm only really can remain awake for so long as well. So I only said 2.5 hours of sleep. I'm beginning just to experiencing a deeper state of fatigue. Mind to the gap. Plus the AC system. Still home alone. Usually between these hours when my mother's a worker. The point is it's 8 to 5 instead of 9 to 5. Well, it's really 8 o'clock to about 3 o'clock. There's plenty of other additional activities that you where they're involved in after students leave. Forget it. Suppose the headphones go off. But yeah, focus instead of the impulses and the feelings. It'll do. Enough. I'm just in there just to, well, want to question. Yeah. Well, the points in relation of how hard we push. Why I wouldn't even dare want to just shut my own head up. Can really, you know, there's the points where it can be torture on some occasions. Still don't let that just try to feed something more sinister. This isn't, you know, a straightforward affair, and you could get further, I don't know, abused and screwed up in the procedures. And stay true to your principle. That's why. You just don't ever stop. Keep on, yeah, just look for the ways. Quite often, though, it feels like you'll never find a way. Many would give up, but you'll know straight up when some games are for you or it ain't for you. We'll admit, it isn't actually the hardest level. It's actually a relatively, well, it's the second of the three core levels. Still, a few questions still where I feel that I've been lost of recent. Now that at least I've sensed the situation at a deeper sense. Don't leave it to chance. Sometimes you just go all in. You get taken out, you get taken out. Or more in a more extreme sense, if in the game you die, that's it. To continue to fight without compromise, and that's not so easy to master either. But the point about the lessons in teaching folks, though? I have to do it in a unique manner. If we already have recognized what has already been going on, to how many other streamers have already been lost out? Other players, other people. Many hidden abuses and other layers of hatred that just spread almost like a disease. Because some are so doggone naive, it isn't exactly easy to become a hero. That's the gist, you know. What exactly would it take? Just wait orders. Instruction, I'll say. Yes, another just update. Still in the top of the 7th inning. With the excuse me. It's the score from the Blue Jays, where now they're 5 runs to 4 ahead of the Dodgers at this time. May get physically spent. Quite fatigued at the moment. There's no way I'll just be stopping. Plan is in the works. Screw the game up a little more. Overcome. Try to look for a way. In breaking through the fence, kill as many as you can. Knowing about the gist is not so straightforward. Sometimes they processes are described as random. And still will continue us to push on. The verge again of losing. Basically, we said that was it, but I need to find another way. Tried something, just a bit out of the box. Yeah, took a couple of minutes to take them all. Restart. Same place, 2 kills here. Another 1 here. Additional 1 there. Another 1 here. Nothing, another there. Yep. Amidst the amount of space that is still left on this device, I'll just continue just to let it run. Less than 7 gigabytes total. Still left. Enough to say an hour and 2 hours. Yeah. Continue finding a way. Destroy all the consoles. Take all the targets out. Never easy. my way. Unfortunately, I was killed off. Once again, restart. So I can only sustain this energy for a bit longer, but once this is cleared, that might be the end of the broadcast. Heads up. Yeah. Still wouldn't then forget. Yeah. What exactly then to feed? The continued sensation is to stay true to my own game, like I said. This is never easy, just the... Well then, on the questions, where exactly do I then move? Still feel like I had enough support for the first phase. Other phases still to come, I know. Paranoia is easy to become consumed by just that. I mean, too paranoid. As before, finding the right way. Time out. Very important. Might lose out here. Formations, yeah? Easy to get too careless. Another tango, I think, is target killed. One console still present. Now lost it out. There just was too much of a resistance. Fine. But, yeah. No matter the situation, it's still straightforward. It takes time though when you get everything absolutely. Want any fruit. Don't ever give up. So I still intend to do. Trying to pull any fast ones. Best instead of the fastest. Best outcome instead of the fastest outcome. Balance the both time. increase the consistency. That comes with our experience, of course. Not everything does, though. There's a regret when it gets well. We get to cover the expense, or probably their own revenue part. Let's continue this. Well, change positions. It's actually relatively wise, really. It's a little burned out at the moment. That's what stopped that. Of course, that actually stopped me. Torch the bottom of the 5th. Still in progress, actually. But Dodgers have scored as well. It's 5 runs each. At the middle, well, still with the bottom of the 7th inning still in progress. Neither side really letting an inch. Example how it's going. Nothing. All around. Dominated once more. It might only be just a few alive though, but still be difficult when the balance sometimes that's screwed up. And the challenge sometimes really overwhelms many. So with back wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, as was expected, I wouldn't back down for an instant. In the positions of some of the enemies where they spawn. Restart. It really is there for me to say to do now. The strain that I'm already experiencing in my hands is real. Intense. Really intense. I'm in the tail end. The legend of endurance here. Difficult to sustain. Still checking the progress. Still in the bottom of the 7th. 2 outs. It still is 5 runs all. Two runners, one in one first, and the other second. Breach through. Die, so be it. Keep going until eventually I get it in. Decision all the next. Up. Restart. Find it. Find that brick. Yep. Going all in on it. Then we'll take many instances. What do I take? Even hesitant. For the way to win. Bottom of the 7th finished. Well, the original course. Yeah, they're all out. Still 5 runs each. And chances are, yep, you can see extra inning run out. Play out, excuse me, sorry. Use the proper terminology. Get back to exactly what I said previously. Too risky. Well, was it? Neutralize them. The usual way. Have a dead eye. Where's the white? Young Cole? That's one of the circumstances that can happen. Let this roll. taken out. Yep, well, amidst this, remain, well, in this channel, at least until, well, that match is done. It'd be at the end of either 9 innings with a winner, or extra innings, well, when it's still deadlocked, when it's still a tie, draw, level, or tied, or whatever. Sure, was true, was that, you know, I will have to admit, some forms of American football does bore me. Just there's something about the stakes of well, it's basically a World Series, like a grand final. A World Series, like a grand final. In other sport codes. Normally in this part of the world, it's cricket season. Isn't it ironic? How divided, of course, many areas of the world, in the cricket world, more specifically, are in relation with such, I don't know, tension. Some countries really can't get along anymore. The hostilities, grim as it is. Nah. Shouldn't forget, we still need just an additional push in why give up the fight. Amidst the different outcomes and other realities some soldiers have to face themselves. And sometimes even to face themselves in becoming a stronger soldier. Up once more. We'll restart. Let's get back in this. The pressure in the hands is at the verge of becoming, well, too severe to continue on. It's a larger struggle than you may suppose. Well, it's just another. Need to leave. Leave the microphone on. You struggle. Go through the punishment, the points about the many hundreds or maybe even thousands of attempts. Eventually one will be where you break a record. amidst all of that, I'm still human inside. True, we are not machines. Unable to, of course, maintain that same performance every day. Doesn't matter how many days in a row we stream. I beg to personally differ, though. Well, the specific circumstances is sometimes a point of no return. Still raised them up, well, tough inside. And still, you wouldn't really know it unless, of course, someone explicitly explained it. Anyway, another score check. What the well, at the Blue Jays' 8th inning. Didn't score a run. It's now the bottom of the 8th. The Dodgers now currently, well, it's their batting inning. It's the one additional inning, one more inning to run after this one. Just a short rest, and then I'll be right back in the just to run the game once more. Yep. In whatever case, with the home team or away team, I'm not too sure which will come off the winner. Still feels like it's poised, huh? Inning just ended. It's now the top of the 9th. It's still 5 runs each. It's the end of the 8th inning. There'll be a small break before that. At the top of the 9th and the last inning of this game comes. Yes. Just now. Yep, just keep, yep. Just keep to continue. Stay in the bed for a while. Put the not sleep during this broadcast. find out exactly if indeed there's a happy ending really for either the Blue Jays or Dodgers teams. Still have a little. Still do have some additional energy, but I don't actually have that much. It might not last long, but I know I'm all set once more, but that's it. Is then checking the result at the moment. Bottom of the ninth inning, Dodgers batting. Score it's it's 5-5 at the moment. Five runs each. Time to move on. That ninth inning actually only finished only there. No result in the ninth inning. Extra innings now will be played. reset. Too physically burned out continuing the rush. That line right now. That's as far as I can go with this. Been real serious when I explain about my limits. Will remain to remain active until what happens at the end of the next event. Well, we saw double score, but there's still no runs. No, in fact, it was an out as well. So that's all three outs. The Blue Jays batting inning in the first of the extra innings. The Dodgers then which will start shortly. That shine once more, huh? Yeah, reason for that small. Yeah, just it was a small grin. Just one moment. Still on the break. Yeah, no, I'm already finished with sitting and playing games. Get excuse me, the start of the bottom of the Dodgers' extra inning, or the first one. Still as before. When the updates arrive, yep, that's what will happen. Yep, well, bottom of the extra 10th inning, extra inning is in progress now. Yeah. Yeah, well, 5 pitches were thrown. Yep, it's a 3 balls, 2 strike count. Next ball to come. I think, so wouldn't do any calls to the names, but I'll just explain the teams. Next one, hit, I think. Foul, actually. And yep, struck out, I'm assuming. Well, the first of the batters out, is what I will say. Excuse me. Yep, it's the first two pitches. 3. It is now 3 balls in a row. So we'll still continue to keep awake until this baseball match is, well, this baseball game, excuse me, is complete. Strike 1, and it was only then confirmed only there. Out. Yeah. That's another batter is out. Excuse me, single, excuse me, no. The next batter wasn't. It was a single run. And at first base, I mean to say. Yeah, there's points to make assumptions, but excuse me. He's reiterating, yep, where that was a hit and a single run. Yep, at the first base. Standing by then for the next pitch is thrown. First, that was way too far. Well, so far away, really from sort of that the areas. It's a ball 1. Yep, splitter pitch from the second. That's a strike 1. Indeed. Sonny, just from MLB Game Day. Wasn't watching the official broadcast. Tension is still very high, naturally. Strike 2. Another strike and struck out. It's now, 2 outs now at the inning. Yep, the next batter up, Hernandez. Hernandez, yep. Strike 1. Slider pitch. Standing by. He's still waiting. It is strike 2 in the next pitch. Waiting the next pitch. That's a hit. It's another single, I think. The first and second bases fill situation. Yep. recommend the next batter up. They confirmed the positions at Hernandez first base, Smith in second base. Yep, in clarification as well, Hoffman is the pitcher. The game session's done, and I'm being clear on that. Amidst it, still will continue. Well, in my next role, that result at the exchange, well, that's another out, and that inning is finished. Still 5 runs each. Approaching the, well, top of the 11th inning. Second of the inning in extra inning. Bit of spare time in at least my hand. Awaiting, further orders. Yep, that inning I think had started. Yeah, Blue Jays team, yep, Guerrero Jr. Could be speaking from a bit further away from where I'm positioned the microphone. And the first pitch is a strike, a curveball. Yep, strike one, and yep, curveball. Just wait then the next move. Was quite a long way off on the second ball, the second pitch, but does get the catch. Give it the first out that inning. Yeah, kind of Felifa next. Kino Felifa. Batting, next batter up, next batter, it's up. It was, no, excuse me, a ball, in first pitch, ball 1. And the next is a strike. Near the other end, well, effectively on the other end of, well, in the other side where it pitched. Yep, 1 ball, 1 strike. Next is a hit, but caught. Well, that's another out, in other words. Next batter, it's Varshall. Just to then clarify again. Yep, Sheehan, the pitcher for the Dodgers team, but yep, Varshall, yep, the batter at the plate at the moment. The Blue Jays team. Yep. Yep, well, it's a third batter is out, and the inning done. Mid of the 11th of this extra inning, the 11th inning. Yep, standing by for the moment. Yeah, but still in that bottom of this extra inning, the 11th inning. Yep. Started. Yep, the first pitch of just ball one, a bit above that box end of the box area. Checks once more. At the bottom of this extra inning with the Dodgers batting. Yep, yeah, when the progress of the inning, the bottom of the, well, it's another extra inning in the bottom of 11th inning. With two. Okay. It's another hit, or it's a ball. Ball four, actually. Where it was, yeah, excuse me. Otani actually took been the first batter of third, excuse me, the third, yep. Which happened, and he just said walk to first base. Bets down at the plate. The fourth of them members that come. It's in clarification as well. Fisher's the pitcher, and the Blue Jays team. It's two balls, both of them were strikes. well, gets a hit on the next one. But yep, it's the positions of those two members are in both first and second bases. Yep, 1 moment. Awaiting additional order at the bottom sorry, in that MLB.com game day information. Still nothing. Just repeat. Yep. Freeman. Yep. Who's the batter? And the Dodgers team. And I already said the pitcher as before. It's Fisher. Things may change. No, nothing. The pitch, yep, is the pitch now. Well, first pitch of it's foul. It was hit, but it's foul. Cut to pitch. Strike one, in other words. Bang. Yeah, inning finished. It's one that went straight to a field to one of the other fielders. Well, that innings is done. The batters all are out. Another inning will be played. The gist, huh? One finishing and the other begins. The original time to search some other stories. Forget it, I may as well do a little bit of additional reading. Now the innings that I've already should have mentioned is at the top of the 12th. In the first batter that had been up, it's Kirk for the Blue Jays team. Currently three balls, one strike. With fourth pitch, that's another ball. And just waiting next. It's another fifth pitch, which is a ball 4. It's walks to first base. But it's exactly as it says. Arc Raiders' AI voice controversy arrives days before its launch. Excuse me, foul bunt for the second ball. It's 2 strikes at the moment. Straw, the batter, Sheehan, the pitcher. Still no, was a single in the first with the first batter. Is still in first base. Very wayward on the next pitch, ball 1. But yeah, well, does hit. With the batter does hit, but yep, caught. Then yep, there's 1 out now. So where now? The Embark developers actually also did the finals game. I just noticed that. Arc Raiders then coming very shortly, but it might be one. I'm just on the fence on this. There's further controversy around the specific matter of AI technology. Because the matter is really deep, particularly. I still can believe, though, there's a form where there's some programs that they still have the explicit belief there are forms of other AI that, let's be honest, still needs a human in the loop. Still reading of much more. Regardless of what hopes and expectations some folks have gotten in terms of this mixture, fuck anyone else's personal take if they think we're still going to, of course, just be standing silently. Because I ain't. I'm just gonna stay right where I'm at. Elon Musk himself, don't you ever forget what's been going on. It's been a swarm. I don't believe for an instant they win, because they won't. Enslaving humanity is all it's going to really do. Once, of course, the genie's out of the bottle, watch what happens. There'll be another wave. Most likely, Arc Raiders is going to flop. Many are saying exactly that already. I actually don't believe it's going to be successful. It's already mired in more controversy than the finals ever has and will. I do not believe it will pass. I am not going to play it. In the same vein, I will not play Battlefield 6, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm still have to focus on this. The top of the 12th is still in progress. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 5 balls with the ball's in the dirt for the for the 5th pitch. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes at full count. I mean, first 2 bases. Schneider's the one who's the batter. Sheehan is still the pitcher. Yeah, then had 2 outs. Tension is pretty high now. If it's ball 4, then the bases will be loaded. then you know how to play within the points. I'd be better off not to even talk about that. That's my personal opinion. It could be worthy, but I don't believe for an instant. No, it could end up even as bad as, of course, the Battlefield's DedSec thing. We'll see. Still need it, well... Well, it was ball 4, I think, and, well, the fielder walked. It's at a point now, it's relatively desperate. They're switching pitches, and Kershaw's pitching. In the Dodgers team, it looks then to be the batter. But just again, it's bases loaded for the Toronto team, or the Blue Jays team. Yeah, and 2 outs is where it is at this time. It's one of the box studios has officially confirmed or denied that whether Arc Raiders use AI voices for in-game characters or not. However, it has at least been confirmed through Steam that the game does indeed use AI in some capacity. The official Steam page reads, during the development process we may use procedural and AI-based tools to assist with the content creation. In all such cases, the final product reflects the creativity and expression of our own development team, end quote. Of course, this description is quite vague, so it's unclear exactly what parts of Arc Raiders contain AI-assisted content, but this isn't too surprising. The Finals, another successful project by Embark Studios, had its own controversy by featuring text-to-speech AI voices. Back in 2023, well, the finals audio designers, Carl Strandberg and Andreas Almström, confirmed that the game used a blend of AI text-to-speech technology and real-life voices, with the former carrying most of the weight. The developers were quoted saying this: "We use AI with a few exceptions, so all the contestant voices, like the barks and voiceover commentators, are AI text-to-speech," end quote. While various sound effects like grunting and noises of pain are done within the studio. Strandberg and Almström further explained that they opted for this route because of efficiency, claiming this allowed devs to make changes in just a matter of hours instead of months. That's their quote there, insinuating that hiring voice actors on the fly was not feasible. This naturally caused a lot of backlash from both gamers and voice actors, even though Embark Studios remain tight-lipped about whether Arc Raiders use text-to-speech AI or not, but I most likely believe they have. The developers' past decisions of the finals have definitely raised suspicions ahead of the game's release. Isn't a complete breaker, though, but I'm actually as curious about how it plays, but I do expect it to be a flop. Moments to find out. Ball 1, that's where it begins. Could be breaking down. It's at the top of the 12th inning. It's during that said inning, or extra inning, where, well, in the Los Angeles Dodgers team replaced the pitcher. Fine. Excuse me. Yeah, just continue, but I won't go no further. Potential evidence of AI voices in Arc Raiders makes the rounds on social media. That's from 12 days back. Usage of AI to replace voice actors. And that's from Arc Raiders' own channel. Well, posted by Schwad00. Yep, okay. Right in the above Reddit post by the user Schwadu, the line delivery of several in-game characters has been brought into question. Once Arc Raiders is here, it will be intriguing to see if any other examples of potential AI voices are shared on social media. Critics of the game's character voices notice the choppy and rushed delivery of dialogue, which is a common trait in text-to-speech AI tools. Excuse me. Arc Raiders has voice allegations added to the growing concern of AI used in game development. Generative AI and AI-based tools in development have been a divisive topic within the gaming community. Many pro-AI adopters cite its efficiency and streamlining qualities, while a lot of critics dislike how it gets rid of job opportunities, while also claiming quality is sacrificed for quick turnaround. It's too bad, because that is very common. It's become surprisingly more commonplace. Now, where was we? 3 balls, 2 strikes. It's either strike for victory, or it's... Nope. Another pitch came. It's a foul. It's still 3 balls, 2 strikes count. Full count. Bases loaded. About the highest possible stakes you can imagine. If it is a home run, yeah, it'd be absolutely impossible, in the case for the Dodgers, to do the exact same. I wouldn't expect it, however, but we'll see. Next pitch to come. Just waiting in. Another foul on the 7th pitch. Still waiting in additional instructions or orders. The next, well, excuse me, it's a ground out, as it says. It means that's the end of the inning. Still was reading. I'll just continue anyway. Generative AI and AI, but we haven't said all that. In the past few years, especially this one, AI has been front and center. Debates about whether AI should be used in creative industries is difficult water to tread. On the one hand, it's understandable how it can be useful to smaller, independent studios, but when it comes to major companies like Sony and Microsoft, it also seems like an avenue taken to save money instead of hiring talented and capable programmers and artists. Just skip a bit. At the end of the day, AI is a mirror of what humans have already been able to accomplish in the past. Actual voice actors potentially losing out on jobs for the sake of quick results will continue to be concerning no matter what the context. It's understandable why the subject of AI in game development makes some fans uneasy. Over the years, gamers have formed emotional connections to various titles and their stories because of the human-made elements. Whether it will be world-building and gameplay crafted by developers or the performances by real-life actors, gaming has gotten as far as it has because of human-led creativity. The hype surrounding Arc Raiders is impressive, and it will ultimately be up to the individual player whether the use of AI is a deal-breaker or not. That's the end of the article. Awaiting the bottom of the 12th inning. The Dodgers inning, batting inning. Third extra inning still in progress. Clarifying once more, like I did with Borderlands 4 and a couple other games, I didn't actually explicitly boycott those games, but they're just passing wind situations. There's also something else, I might as well just sit down and read it. Something about from xda-developers.com. It reads the following. Identifying Steam games that use AI content just gotten a lot easier thanks to this browser extension. Excuse me. Those points I won't read, but I'll just read it as it is on the article. Excuse me, Simon Bat 6 hours ago at the time of this broadcast. Okay. AI has had a huge impact on the world of technology, and video games were not spared. Developers, both AAA and independent, began experimenting with what AI could do to make their jobs easier. Coding with AI was a given, but what about generating textures and assets? How about using AI to deliver voice lines, especially if the dialogue is procedurally generated? In fact, why not put AI in the game as an NPC and let it react to the player? Added. Well, at the bottom of the 12th it started. The first pitch was a foul. We'll just keep on going for the next point. While developers experiment, consumers have their own views on how AI should be used in video games. Another strike only then. And there's a batter timeout as well. Smith is the batter. Yep, Fisher is the pitcher. Let's just get back. Excuse me. Yep, start again. Excuse me. While developers... it's ball one. Pitch number 3. Just explain as it comes. While developers experiment, consumers have their own views on how AI should be used in video games. To help make... hold on. That was a strikeout. First out. Next... be another batter to come up. Yeah, but one out, I said. To help make people make their own decisions, the Steam store asks developers to disclose what AI-generated content they used while making the game. However, this information isn't front and center, and you need to dig through the game info to find the disclaimer. Now, someone has made a browser extension that will immediately notify you if the store page has a disclaimer, which should make things a lot easier. As spotted by Gaming on Linux, a new extension has arrived on Firefox and Chrome. It's called, the following here, AI Warning for Steam. And it was released only a few days ago. Usually, the author was, and many folks would be hesitant to recommend an extension that's not even a week old because it might contain nasty code that steals data or harms your computer, PC. Fortunately, the developer also uploaded the source code at GitHub. So if you're concerned about installing a new extension, you can review the code and install it from that place instead. In terms of features, this extension is simple but effective. When you arrive on a Steam Games page in your browser, the extension will quickly check to see if it has an AI disclaimer on the page. If it spots one, it will blur the store page and show a pop-up displaying the disclosure. You can then close the dialog box and decide whether you want to check out the game some more or not. Unfortunately, because this is a browser extension, you can't see the pop-up while looking at games through Steam itself. Also, because this is based on a system in which developers report their AI usage, it has no way of knowing whether a developer used AI tools and chose not to report it. However, that's not what it is for. This extension is simply to make the disclaimer a lot easier to find, so you can make a decision ASAP, and for that, it does a great job. And this is precisely what it reads. From the Tom's Guide place. Gaming Copilot AI under fire, but Microsoft says it's not training AI models on your data. There's many who would just shove a big middle finger to that statement because it is untrue what they say. But yeah, another update. Well, there actually is a second out. None of the batters or runners on their respective bases. Nothing. A third batter is up. It's Hernandez again. Yep, first pitch, that's a strike one. Okay. Next from the Futurism.com place. As ever, might utilize different wording. instead of the official article. From futurism.com, excuse me. Well, this is convenient. In red text, Gen AI, it's in the game. Pun as well, of course, from when EA Sports won. Yes. EA's attempt to use AI for game development backfiring horribly. It's from Victor Tengerman, published October 27, 2025. Somewhere in the afternoon, I'm assuming. Right, the progress. Multiple pitches was 2 balls, 2 strikes, excuse me. Another pitch for the 5th pitch, which is a foul. Waiting the next action. Bam. It's out. But was hit. A pop out, as it's dubbed. And innings done. 13th inning to come. Or 4th extra inning to come. Be using some more family-friendly language on this in comparison of the points. The video game industry is going crazy on harnessing the power of generative AI to boost productivity and dream up virtual worlds, while also cutting costs, of course. According to a recent Google Cloud survey, 87% of video game developers said they are using AI to automate and streamline tasks, a notable figure considering the industry has seen massive layoffs as costs rise and demand weakens following major SARS-CoV-2 growth. SARS-CoV-2 era growth, or COVID era growth as it says. However, as the staff has said, the major video game developer Electronic Arts, which is behind some of the biggest franchises in the industry, which told Business Insider the employers' attempts to shoehorn AI into everyday tasks are seriously backfiring. Some staffers told the outlet that the AI tools they're encouraged to use produce flawed code, among other hallucinations that need to be addressed. What it means, basically, the tech may be creating more work, not less. And it does not bode well for an industry that's already infamous for the crunch culture and high turnover rate. Mistreatment of employees and all that. The top of the 13th inning had started, or the 4th extra inning. Yep, continuing on. Other staff are even more apprehensive, saying they're being forced to dig their own graves by training AI programs to do their work. Did hear some other similar line. Makes sense. Teaching its replacement. That's acknowledgeable and understandable. Well, that top of the 13th inning already is underway. Yep, the strike one. Move on to the next point. One former senior quality assurance design employee told, one of the places, this BI as it's known as, that he suspects the company laid him off this spring because AI was able to at least partially do his job of summarizing feedback from playtesters. Workers are getting increasingly fed up with being roped into their bosses' all-in approach to AI, culminating in employees openly mocking them on Slack. Well, one meme seen by BI poked fun at CEOs for wanting AI right now. You remember the one, right? But despite not knowing what to do with it. Yeah, well, and also the trend also highlights the rift between the extremely high usage of AI among CEOs compared to much lower rates among employees. According to a recent survey by the HR company Dayforce, a whopping 87% of executives say they used AI daily, compared to just 27% of workers. Been aware about the line that it's a problem when the dogs won't eat the dog food and all that? That was brought up again on that point, but I believe the point is a bit out of context, in my opinion. Or in too early. And I believe at the same time it also doubles down to why some higher-ups can brutally and sometimes relentlessly mistreat employees in their own companies. It applies to multiple fields. I've known that already from many experiences, past and present. Moving on now. Workers at Electronic Arts are being put through multiple AI training courses and are encouraged to view the tech as a thought partner, according to internal documents that's seen by BI. They're even being advised on how to use chatbots to learn how to deal with underperforming direct reports. Nah. Yeah, doesn't work. Every time. The next pitch was a swing strike at a little over 101 miles per hour. The quotes back on the company's CEO and chairman. I'll just quote it again, okay? Quotes here from Andrew Wilson, the company's CEO and chairman, which had told investors last year. Quote here. AI in its different forms have always been central to this creative journey. We all remember playing against the AI, and it has evolved into today's innovations in generative AI. This remarkable technology is not merely a buzzword for us. It's the very core of our business, end quote. But despite its outwardly positive approach to the tech, the firm appears to be aware of the risks of over-investing in it as well. Electronic Arts admitted that the use of AI, quote here, might present social and ethical issues that, if not managed appropriately, may result in legal and reputational harm, cause consumers to lose confidence in our business and brands, and negatively impact our financial and operating results, according to a recent Securities and Exchange Commission filing. It means, while video game companies continue to double down, players may be less enthusiastic about the prospect of playing AI-first games, as evidenced by badly received product demonstrations like the leaked footage of an AI prototype of the protagonist of the game, Horizon Zero Dawn, which was mocked for being out of touch and creepy. And it is not just players that are uncomfortable or fed up with this. Many video game developers are also resisting artificial intelligence, some even going as far as employing an explicit no AI stance, I'd assume. That is particularly a truth here for jobs that are by design intended to foster a more quote-unquote human connection between the game and the player. Yeah, like it had been in those days before. Final quote. That's from Jackson Liu, the MIT Sloan School of Management member, the one and only anyway. Quote here, where work is highly personalized, identity-laden or creative, employees want a human in the loop, end quote. I didn't really find this particular little story exciting, but I will admit I'll at least bookmark it. There's still no runs scored. China that pitches itself as an alternative to U.S. protectionism after signing the expanded ASEAN Free Trade Pact. That's great news at one level, but not great on some other parts. You still gotta have rocks in your head to believe that that little, well, the stuff between both Trump and Takaichi was special. Shucks, this is a scary sort of moment going on if we see the ASEAN Free Trade Pact. Then, well, for some communities, I'll say. Excuse me, this is another Nichi-Sanji user. Excuse me, just to explain what's up. So yep, another extra inning is still in progress. The bottom of the 13th inning, or the fourth inning in extra. So the yep, in the fourth inning in extra inning. Yep, the bottom of the 13th inning. Sorry, it's just lower. The pitcher for the Blue Jays team, Hernandez, the batter that was up, it was a double. Royas is now going to the next batter. Sorry, excuse me, Rojas. And no, excuse me. Yes. Death of George Atkinson. Anything else, I wonder? Something I'm about to look. Yeah, it's the reveal of the Samsung Galaxy Z trifold. A 3-screen device? Yeah, very first I've really noticed it. What the? This is completely new, and I hadn't read this. Hadn't read that someone passed away. Anyway, as it reads here, Japan. There's been getting images start the gettyimages.com/editorial images/news. Trial of the accused killer of the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe begins. That come completely out of nowhere. Exactly as it reads here. Tetsuya Yamagami was arrested on the spot on July 8, 2022 in front of the Kintetsu Railway Koza's Yamato Saidaiji station in Nara following the fatal shooting of the former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, who was giving a campaign speech in support of an upper house election candidate. Though, in fairness, I have not been aware completely of the situation. Only then that I had a better awareness on it at that point. Also in Germany, as has been pointed out, in Germany, bird flu outbreak hits Germany. In Australia, Western Sydney International Airport runs multi-agency emergency exercise. Sure, I can understand. Each once in a while, those little things happen. Doesn't matter what parts of the world. I see another thing. California voters head to polls and to decide on redistricting through Prop 50. Just checking about other names. Grand Duke Guillaume of Luxembourg visits Berlin in Germany. Yep. Novartis to buy U.S. biotech firm Avidity Biosciences. California. Yep. Okay. Right. Let's check in Florida. Food banks expect surge of demand as SNAP benefits set to expire. During shutdown. New York. Yep. Okay. Tesla showcases Optimus robot and robotaxi at Nasdaq market site. Yeah, well, just a clarification. Once, yep, CBDC. Yep, but it just says again. U.S. government shutdown is now second longest in history. It just says so again. Yep, Argentina. Yep, Milei's peso moves drive a black market boom that's hitting Argentines hard. Argentines or whatever. Yep, same place. Market reaction following that. Yep, I know about that. The progress. Still bottom of the 13th. It was just pointing out. The bases was loaded, and 2 outs. There's a flyer out. That means it's caught, and yep, that's the end of the inning. Another inning will be played. The 14th. Static by for that. It's probably about as far as I would explain. Right, I'm noticing, King Charles III, yesterday, they visited Staffordshire. Yeah, both Giorgio Meloni, which, it's the Italian Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of Italy. Yep, that meets, of course, Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, the Palazzo Chigi in Rome. Yep, okay. Right. Doesn't mean others have been lethargic. I might as well just go ahead and just say the next point. Pope Leo XIV presides over Mass with students from the pontifical universities. And there were a few others that, well, the pontiff had met as well. Effectively caught up on that. Still have to be careful. This is another rather interesting smaller story. I'm just checking the headline. Trump administration asks the Supreme Court to allow to fire head of U.S. Copyright Office. And where's the benefit of to loosen some of those screws? Some Pandora's box could be opened, which they probably shouldn't have opened up. It's possible. Let's put out the way. So, AP News I was checking. At the top of the 14th inning. Excuse me. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes after 4 pitches. I mean, the first batter that's up is Straw from the Blue Jays team. Next one, it's caught. And it's first out of the inning of that inning for that Blue Jays team. Any other? Excuse me. Some other new other stories and stuff about artificial intelligence. Just checking what's around, okay? Right. Of the stories that have come just recently, from News 9 Live, the channel, ChatGPT Go free for 1 year in India. GPT-5 access features, launch date and eligibility. OpenAI has announced that ChatGPT Go, powered by GPT-5, will be available free to all users in India for 1 year, starting November 4th. Well, take this probably advised with a grain of salt, but it reads the following. Financial content. Optimized artificial intelligence. Atlas is the quote here. Atlas is the iPhone moment for browsers. That's apparently as it says. OpenAI's launch of ChatGPT Atlas marks a new era in AI native browsing and SEO, search engine optimization. At massive expense, I'll add. Just check a range of the other articles. Mass layoffs at Amazon. At Amazon. Tech giant, I assume? It just says giant. Giant cuts 30 employees and bets on artificial intelligence to replace corporate positions. In the end, it's just a sense that this is likely only going to end up failing, and where they'll be forced to be, well, scrambling for new human employees eventually. Just like most other companies. Never mind, I'll be all speaking a different type of speak later on. The consequence. Quacking the same way like some ducks do already. I'm serious. It'd be animal noises. It wouldn't be people talking comprehensively and, well, very articulately. Okay. Still continuing on the same struggle. Yes, that's a few questions if there's any unlikely heroes that are going to come out. Well, in it. Since it just continues to drag on and on. Different from many of the other battles that go to extra inning. And yet no one's really delivered a winning hit yet. Another of these fouls, I think, or was it a strikeout? I think it's, yeah, just a strikeout only there. Next batter to come up. That was the second out. All that. So the third, sorry, excuse me, it's the third out. That means, yeah, that's the inning finished. Blue Jays team. Dodgers next to come. Let's keep this rolling. A Network World article. Let's just keep reading on these artificial intelligence articles that came, well, recent articles at the time of this broadcast. Network World, I just said. Qualcomm goes all in on inferencing with purpose-built cards and racks. Won't go no further on that. The New York Times, but take this for face value. I think this is a bit of a bit too extreme, even for the likes of the one and only player that I'm about to mention. Elon Musk challenges Wikipedia with his own AI encyclopedia. Sometimes he's just full of fantasy. Well, so I believe, anyway. Australian Financial Review, or AFR, reads here. Excuse me. As it does read here. Tech giants hold their copyright line after government rebuke. The industry will seek to convince Canberra that it plans to make artificial intelligence makers pay for the content they use is globally uncompetitive. Another article that I do plan to read. Well, as it says here from Amazon, anyway. France 24, excuse me. Amazon to cut 30,000 office jobs, media reports. Amazon will lay off tens of thousands of office workers as the e-commerce and tech giant trims costs amid ramped-up investments in artificial intelligence, etc. Well, you heard it. If you didn't hear it before, then that's the first you heard it. So this OpenAI itself is partnering with a small business lobby pursuing Australian expansion. That's the curious one. CNBC, but as it reads here, Chegg slashes 45% of workforce, blames, quote on here, new realities of AI. The online education company that said the combination of artificial intelligence and diminished traffic from search engines like Google, among others, that had hurt the business. And there's another situation. More lambs effectively sacrificed, metaphorically speaking. Excuse me. The bottom of the 14th inning. Yep, Lauer, the pitcher. Smith, the batter. 6 balls pitched. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. Of the 4 of the ones which were red balls. Foul. Another foul. 7th pitch is a foul. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Count. Was it? Excuse me. Nice cream I also had. So then I'm about to open that up. Next pitch, standing by for the next order. I should have explained there's no outs yet in the bottom of the 14th inning. It is out. It's official now. It's the Smith. Yep. Never saw the specific circumstance. Just check it now. It was caught. In that instance, fly out sharply to the center fielder. Next batter is up. Ball 1. A slider pitch next to the actual bat. Muncie, the man on at the plate at the moment. Another quote that's right here. The Kyabram Free Press. It's about one of the actors. Excuse me. When asked if he used generative AI in his forthcoming $120 million US or 183 million Australian dollars take on the classic horror flick, Del Toro said he wasn't interested. BBC.com, that's right, BBC.co.uk or whatever, BBC article, and reads the following. Alan Turing, AI boss, denies toxic culture accusations. Whistleblowers also accused the charity's leadership of misusing public funds and failing to deliver on its mission. There's another article I'm going to sit and read shortly. Headline that reads the following from ABC, or the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, the ABC. Yeah, ABC Australia, you know. Reads, I'll just say it again. Google, Microsoft to reopen old nuclear plants to power AI infrastructure. First, though, that'll be reading an article from Computer World. Before that, it's checking the progress. The same pitcher and batter are still there. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So yeah, ball, strike, ball, swinging strike, then foul on the 5th pitch. 6th pitch, standing by for the next. Yeah, multiple innings that's been a stalemate, no score. In fact, the 7th inning was the last time both of the teams actually scored a run each. 1 run each way in the 7th inning. Nothing ever since the 8th inning had started, and still going. Ball 6 is a ball, it's ball 3. Curveball. Next pitch, standing by. Walk, that's ball 4. Yeah, Muncie, yep. First base. Yep, and 1 out. That's a Dodgers team batting. Bottom of the 14th inning. Just to continue, as I'll still check the progress and give updates. But they're still going. I'll just say it straight up. Yep, ice cream, okay. Let's check. 2 pitches, but yes, 2. They're both strikes. The next one was a swinging strike. Well, excuse me, swinging strike blocked, as it says. Next pitch. Next one comes. Look at ball from looking at that perspective. Might have been strike. A foul. Was ball one. Ball one. Yep. Another ball. That's 2 balls. In fact, next one is a slider pitch. 2 balls, 2 strikes. That's where the count is at the moment. Yeah. Yeah. The next pitch, it's a foul. Then the next pitch after that is a ball. Ball 3. It reminds me, well, just before the point out, I think it's another foul. Only then, in the 7th pitch. No, there's just another new update in, well, at the sort of, artificial intelligence stories, okay? Yep, South China Morning Post. Qualcomm source after taking aim at NVIDIA with new AI chips. Yeah, I won't read any further on that. The next one, well, it's a hit. That's a single. It's just in where, well, it gets a single. And yep, thus, Muncy in second, Hernandez in first bases. Another point. Hearing this first on the BBC website, on BBC, from at least information that's seeing on my own screen. Excuse me, BBC. This is from 6 hours ago. OpenAI shares data on ChatGPT users with suicidal thoughts, psychosis. The figure could mean potentially hundreds of thousands of users show signs of mental health distress weekly. Heraldo USA, I'm assuming, I can point out that I think this is important. Artificial intelligence and gender gaps, I mean, this might not be the biggest deal, but... Excuse me, just read as it is. The rise of artificial intelligence and emerging technologies has sparked a surge in gender-based digital violence. Something about, something I might read a little more, I'll add. But not yet. Just keep reading some others. I'll still hold on to that one. NZ, sorry. I think one of those Chinese websites of the Futun news.futun FUTUNN.com reads the following: Meta, in parentheses, Meta.us, restructures AI team. Following hundreds of layoffs, head of metaverse business transitions to AI role. Following last week's layoffs of hundreds of employees, Meta Platforms has reassigned its metaverse business executives to oversee artificial intelligence and so on. Still running the commentary until this broadcast, this match is finished. The second ball, that was hit, but caught. And that's another out. Just one. Oh, wait, that's all 3 out. End of that inning. 14th inning. Standing by then for the 15th. Time is as follows. 1:36 p.m. 13:36 hours local time, Chinese time. 2:36 p.m. 2:36 p.m. 14:36 hours JST, Japanese time. 5:36 a.m. UTC 0. October. Excuse me. October 28th, 2025. From the NZ Herald next. Artificial intelligence. Google unveils plan to restart U.S. power plants to power AI infrastructure. We've heard these stories every once in a while, haven't we? Read as follows. The point below that. Google has unveiled a plan to restart a nuclear facility in Iowa to power the company's artificial intelligence infrastructure in the latest collaboration. Smart company, as it reads here, LinkedIn has quietly killed the trending SSI score and replaced it with AI. If you've been worrying about your SSI score on LinkedIn lately, fret not, for it has already been replaced by a new AI tool. Another from the South China Morning Post, may as well just say the headline as it is. The Chinese startup Minimax launches record-breaking AI model. Indeed, it's what it says, but I just take that as faithful, as it is. This one's there are a couple of examples around the world of this. Next point. Decrypt, but it reads as follows. Ohio bill aims to outlaw human chatbot marriage. The bill would void any attempt to marry or form a personal union with an AI system, etc. For some, the alternative is to commit self-harm. Already in deep water. Quite toxic, too. Particularly when you feel like nobody else is out there to really teach the players the ropes. Another update. There already was the first batter that had been taken out through strikeout. Next one's up. Should have added. Schneider had been in, but struck out. Here's what it is as on top of the 15th. Klein, the pitcher for the Dodgers, looks the batter at the moment of the Blue Jays team. 2 strikes. First 2 pitches. Awaiting the next. Next pitch, way above the box end. The box of the box area. And that was a wild curveball. Next one's relatively wild. Fastball. But that's a foul. As well. Next ball, that's a ball. Ball 2. Waiting the next pitch. Shucks. There's one other article I was going to sit down and read. Another new one. Well, not new one. I'll explain next. And the next pitch, that's the sixth pitch was a foul. The seventh pitch, well, it was hit. Yep, out. Explain, yep. It was a sweeper pitch, as it said. Another out, which now it's, no bases. And 2 outs at the moment. The top of the 15th inning. Still, sufficient energies to still do this. If you do excuse me. We'll do some reading, but it's still looking, well, in the additions. Right, well, there were 2 pitches which were strikes. It's a batter timeout. Might have been used. I'm not sure. I'll just, to the next article. It reads as follows here. Computer World. It's from an article by John E. Dunn. And here's as it says here. AI data center building boom risks fueling future debt bust. Bank warns. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'll just start that one once again. Okay. The top of the 15th inning. Still, there was no breakthrough for 7 consecutive innings. It's the 6th extra inning in progress. Strike 1. In this next pitch. The next from Guerrero was does hit it and went safely to the first base. Next batter is up is of Kino Falefa. Next pitch, that's ball 1. Sweeper pitch. Stand by. Third one, a foul. But not been hit and was away outside of those safe lines. Next pitch. The waiting update. Still awaiting update. And another 4th pitch. It's a foul. Still is 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fifth, a curveball and ball hits the dirt. That's ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes now. And repeat, it's 2 outs, I'll add. Blue Jays, a team that are batting. But still, then started the next of these articles, from the computerworld.com article. By John E. Dunn, as it says. 6th pitch, that's a strikeout. And that inning done, the bottom to come. Dodgers then to eventually, shortly to start on the bottom of the 15th inning, or the 6th extra inning. But as it says here, AI data center building boom risks fueling future debt bust, bank warns. October 27, 2025, 5 minutes read apparently. Investors are pushing huge sums into building data centers to fulfill the promise of AI, but is this based on rosy assumptions? Soaring optimism about AI has set off a huge global boom in data center construction that could be storing up problems for the future if the sector suffers a sudden correction. That's always a possibility. That's the thinly disguised message from 2 interventions by the Bank of England last week. The first was an analysis published on Friday that examines how AI is creating deeper financial dependencies across the tech sector and beyond. At the heart of this are data centers, the element on which the whole AI economy depends. AI needs a lot of them, which will cost $5.2 trillion worldwide by 2030 to build, according to McKinsey. The Bank of England suspects that meeting this demand will increasingly involve companies taking on extra debt, which is where its anxiety starts to rise. The sums of money estimated to be going into the data center sector are huge, dwarfing previous tech booms over similar timescales. Should the AI market hit problems, for example after a dot-com-like market correction, the banks making those loans could face losses on a scale that risks wider economic problems, which said the BOE. In case the message was missed, BOE sources separately told Bloomberg that the BOE is currently reviewing the scale of lending to the data center sector and the interconnections between its leading companies. From the bank's perspective, building huge AI data centers isn't that different to property development. The economics are good as long as demand remains high. If demand drops, an AI data center that can't easily be put to alternative use turns into another large building nobody wants. However, that's only one part of the problem. Meeting the power demands of AI data centers will require the energy sector to make large investments. Then there's data center demand for microprocessors, rare earth elements, and other valuable metals such as copper, which could, in a bust, make data centers the most expensively assembled unwanted assets in history. There's a quote here in the BOE blog, the Bank of England blog post. Here's the quote here. Bear with me here. Financial stability consequences of an AI-related asset price fall could arise through multiple channels. If forecasted debt-financed AI infrastructure growth materializes, the potential financial stability consequences of such an event are likely to grow. For companies who depend on the continued demand for massive computational capacity to train and run inference on AI models, an algorithmic breakthrough or other event which challenges that paradigm could cause a significant re-evaluation of asset prices. End quote. It continued. According to Matt Hassan, CEO of AI consultancy AI Results, that's little AI and all results in all caps, the underlying problem is the speed with which AI has emerged. This is his quote to Network World here. What we're witnessing isn't just an incremental expansion, it's a rush to construct power-hungry, mega-scale data centers, end quote. The .com reversal might be the wrong comparison. It dented the Nasdaq and hurt tech investment, but the damage to organizations investing in e-commerce was relatively limited. Artificial intelligence, by contrast, might have wider effects for large enterprises because so many have pinned their business prospects on its potential. And the quote's here from Hassan. I'll keep reading. I'm still watching. At the time of doing this recording and broadcast, I was checking the bottom of the 15th inning in that game. MLB World Series 2025 Game 3 went to at least 15 innings. The final count I'll explain another time, or you might already know if you researched. The quote here: "Your reliance on these large providers means you are indirectly exposed to the stability of their debt. If a correction occurs, the fallout can impact the services you rely on." End quote. Meanwhile, some now believe that AI data center investment is draining money from other things, including US President Trump's attempts to persuade companies to build more factories in the USA. Skeptics have also warned about the folly of pushing money through startups like OpenAI and of the likelihood of a painful market reversal. Perhaps it has also been suggested bubbles are a necessary phase in every technological wave, a list of which, in addition to the dot-com implosion, would include excessive investment in internet and telecom infrastructure around the same time. A more gradual slowdown, is also possible. In this scenario, limitations in adjacent technologies such as storage slow the growth of AI, not the lack of AI data center capacity as such. Either way, at some point, experts say, the AI and data center market will need to consolidate into fewer, more stable companies to prevent the dire consequences of the ballooning debt. That's where this article does end. It does, on a simple level, it does make sense. Just excuse us a second. There's a third batter is up. Well, at the case, Otani, before. Well, there was 4 ball. Well, went to. 4 ball. Well. Balls. There's one hit that went deep. But was caught. There's another out, and this leaves Otani on the first base. Betts. Went out in that case. Not far enough for a homer. Was pretty deep. Next batter up is Freeman. Just keep this rolling. Yeah, but in the case, another batter is up. Otani on first base. 2 outs in the bottom of the 15th inning. Still drawn out. Awaiting it was ball 1, but there was a really, really tight one at the top right corner of the box. Next, this is from Gizmodo.com. Still do the commentary in this match in progress. It's turning into it's a bit too hot in here. Out. And now that means, it's the end of the 15th inning, the 6th extra inning. Still go on. Yep. Can't game because I said I'm done. Yep, still no winner of game 3 at this point. The 16th inning will come. The 7th extra inning will come, yeah. Okay. Straight from the gizmodo.com article, and I'll just read this quickly. Pretty deep read. Yep. Yes, artificial intelligence once again. OpenAI data shows hundreds of thousands of users display signs of mental health challenges. The company's position seems to be that's not that bad. Well, that's at least what they say. That's actually, I would describe it as devastating in one way, but could be even worse. Yeah, this is by A.J. Dellinger, published October 27, 2025. Now, here's how it's read. OpenAI claims that 10% of the world's population currently uses ChatGPT on a weekly basis. In a report published on Monday, OpenAI highlights how it is handling users displaying signs of mental distress, and the company claims that 0.07% of its weekly users display signs of mental health emergencies related to psychosis or mania. 0.15% expressed risk of self-harm or suicide, and 0.15% showed signs of emotional reliance on AI. That totals nearly 3 million people. In its ongoing effort to show that it is trying to improve guardrails for users who are in distress, OpenAI shared the details of its work with 170 mental health experts to improve how ChatGPT responds to people in need of support. The company claims to have reduced, quote here, responses that fall short of our desired behavior by 65 to 80%, end quote there, and now is better at de-escalating conversations and guiding people toward professional care and crisis hotlines when relevant. It also has added more gentle reminders to take breaks during long sessions. Of course, it cannot make a user contact support, nor will it lock access to force a break. Stand by. Yep, all set. The company also released data on how frequently people are experiencing mental health issues while communicating with ChatGPT, ostensibly to highlight how small of a percentage of overall usage those conversations account for. According to the company's metrics, here's the quote here, 0.07% of users active in a given week and 0.01% of messages indicate possible signs of mental health emergencies related to psychosis or mania. End quote. That is about 560,000 people per week, assuming the company's own user count is correct. The company also claimed to handle about 18 billion messages to ChatGPT on a weekly basis, so that 0.01% equates to 1.8 million messages of psychosis or mania. One of the company's other major areas of emphasis for safety was improving its responses to users expressing desires to self-harm or commit suicide. According to OpenAI's data, about 0.15% of users per week express, quote here, explicit indicators of potential suicidal planning or intent, end quote, accounting for 0.05% of messages. That would equal about 1.2 million people and 9 million messages. The final area the company focused on as it sought to improve its responses to mental health matters was emotional reliance to AI. OpenAI estimated that about 0.15% of users and 0.03% of messages per week indicate potentially heightened levels of emotional attachment to ChatGPT. That is, 1.2 million people and 5.4 million messages. OpenAI has taken steps in recent months to try to provide better guardrails to protect against the potential that its chatbot enables or worsens a person's mental health challenges, following the death of a 16-year-old person who, according to a wrongful death lawsuit from the parents of the late teenager, asked ChatGPT to advise on how to tie a noose before taking his own life. But the sincerity of that is worth questioning, given at the same time the company announced new, more restrictive chats for underage users. It also announced that it would allow adults to give ChatGPT more of a personality and engage in things like producing erotica. Features that would seemingly increase a person's emotional attachment and reliance on the chatbot. That's where the article ends, in fact. Still. Just another check in here. Each strike that, well, every red ball is a foul. No strikes. It's strike 2 still. 5 in a row. 5 fouls in a row. Then ball 1 on the 6th pitch. Yep, foul in the next. That next on the 8th pitch was a hit and it's out. It's now 2 outs in the Blue Jays team. Next batter to come. Straw, I think. Is up. Yeah, strike 1. Then the next pitch is a foul. That's strike 2. Yep, it's out. And everyone's returning back to their respective little parts. Just seeing them walking back with strike, swinging strike in that strike 3. There's the break in the bottom of the 16th inning to come, the 7th extra inning. Very few such games in the World Series, I would think, have gone this far. We're done with this recording. And let's do another. Yep, next is here from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation in abc.net.au. Reads the following. Google joins Microsoft in plans to restart US nuclear plants to power AI infrastructure. It reads as follows. Google has unveiled a plan to restart a US nuclear facility in Iowa to power the company's artificial intelligence infrastructure. It made the announcement to reopen the Duane Arnold Energy Center in collaboration with the electric power company NextEra Energy. The facility, which was shuttered in 2020, would return to service in 2029, quote here, to help power Google's growing cloud and AI infrastructure in Iowa, end quote, the company said in a joint statement. Google signed off on a 25-year agreement to purchase power from the facility once it restarted. It comes more than a year after the power company Constellation announced it was in the process of restarting the 3 Mile Island plant in Pennsylvania following a 20-year power purchase agreement with Microsoft. That facility had also closed in 2019 due to economic reasons and is also known for a near-catastrophic meltdown there in 1979. It has been announced it will return as the Crane Clean Energy Center. Crane as in C-R-A-N-E, okay? Like, I think the bird. That's what I mean. The Google plant would be 100% owned by NextEra, which struck a deal with minority owners to purchase the share of the plant it does not currently own, the company said. From its statement, it also says, and it might be a cliche what I'm about to say here, quote here, as the US enters a new era of innovation and opportunity driven by AI, this strategic collaboration aims to enable Google to grow its business needs responsibly. You know what I meant, right? More quotes here. This partnership serves as a model for the investments needed across the country to build energy capacity and deliver reliable, clean power while protecting affordability and creating jobs that will drive the AI-driven economy. That's from a freaking little figurehead just spitting the same platitudes and stuff. It said Ruth Porat, President and Chief Investment Officer at Alphabet and Google. I still believe it's going to fail quite spectacularly eventually. It's unlikely it'll bear any real fruit. Already know the damages. And the other from John Ketchum himself, who said the following. This is another cliche. Partnership accelerates the development of next-generation nuclear technology. Bubble's going to burst momentarily, but I don't know when. AI has emerged as a major source of energy demand into 2025. In April, the International Energy Agency, known as IEA, IEA also, in abbreviations, projected electricity consumption by data centers will more than double by 2030. This International Energy Agency report said electricity consumption from data centers was estimated to amount to around 415 terawatt hours, or about 1.5% of global energy consumption in 2024. The report added a warning that there was, quote, substantial uncertainty both about data center consumption today and in the future, end quote. Google has announced other initiatives to secure additional power capacity, including a venture with Elemental Power to develop 3 advanced nuclear power plants in the USA. Oh, that's where it ends, in fact, but I won't reread that. Futurism. It reads here, AI phone farm startup gets funding from Mark Andreessen to flood social media with spam. That's exactly as it reads. It reads here, and I would like to read more about this. Well, the line below it says here, Andreessen Horowitz has injected $1 million into Double Speed, a startup meant to flood social media with gobs of for-profit spam. How much worse can it get? Ugh. At the bottom of the 16th inning, is there a breakthrough? I just keep waiting. There's already one out. Muncie's the one on strike. Sorry. Is at the plate and... yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. The 5th pitch, I mean... already, strike 1, a foul, which was strike 2, ball 1, ball 2, 3 and 4 respectively. The 5th pitch, that's a foul as well. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes. Waiting pitch 6, maybe the 7th as well. Out. Strikeout. Swung out. That's 2 outs now. 2 of the batters from the pitcher, Lauer, the pitcher, the Blue Jays team. Yeah. I may add as well, at a sense, this is virtually close to twice the duration of the normal inning. Game or whatever. Sorry, normal game, I mean to say. Excuse me. It's in the end of the 16th inning. That was caught, by the way, on that first pitch. Hernandez is out. That's the end of, well, the 7th extra inning. The 8th extra inning to come. That means everything. There must be a winner at the end of this match. This game, excuse me. Yep, must. I'm pretty sure that's how it rolls. 17th to come. Yeah, 17th inning to come. Or in the 8th extra inning. No, I've said it incorrectly. That was the 7th extra inning that came and went. Yep. And the 8th extra inning is will start shortly. Right. Well, this was a curious story, but here it comes. Futurism. Spam as service, as it just says in the red text. AI phone farm startup gets funding from Mark Andreessen to flood social media with spam. Here's the question: who said capitalism has to breed innovation? An article by Joe Wilkins, published October 27, 2025, at 5:36 p.m. EDT. There's a screenshot on the double-speed AI. It reads the following. It's written sort of like the old Apple advertisements. Never pay a human again. And, well, the subtext reads here. It's never been easier to create and deploy content without human cost. Stay up to date with changes and strategies in our community. Yep, and the, well, button which reads join Discord. In white text and partially transparent, partially opaque. No, I think it's opaque actually. Opaque, darker grey shade. Like a rounded, rounded rectangle, circled rectangle, or whatever. Rounded rectangle. But yeah, here's where the article shows. Top of the 17th inning, or the 8th extra inning, is, well, live now. Now, I'll start, just read it as it is. You know those obnoxious social media accounts that flood your messages with spam? Those might not be scammers after all, but a legitimate new business backed by one of the most powerful venture capital funds in Silicon Valley, in California. Now, introducing Double Speed, a startup operating a phone farm to flood social media with AI-generated slop on behalf of its clients. In a nutshell, phone farming is a tactic most often used by hackers and financial criminals to use large number of devices to send spam texts, farm social media engagement, or generate fake reviews. On its website, the fledgling company bills itself as a bulk content creation service. Basically, it lets consumers, quote here, orchestrate actions on thousands of social accounts through both bulk content creation and deployment, end quote. It does this through, quote, instrumented human action, unquote, a fancy phrase meaning the company's phone bots will somehow mimic, following quote here, natural user interaction on physical devices to get our content to appear human to the algorithms. But the word is a typo. Algorithms is a typo. Okay? End quote. In a post, on X, formerly Twitter, as it says, the Doublespeed co-founder, Zuhair Lakhani, even boasts that they used AI to write the company's code. As he writes here, Claude Code is truly our third co-founder. End quote. More from this X post. In the line right here. Yes, we built a phone farm, in parentheses, and it's pretty sick. Well, assumedly in a good way. At first, it was to tackle the first evolution of AI on socials, replacing human creators with AI, mainly used for marketing. Many businesses use us for that today, etc. Yeah, talk about, the device infra gave us ability to run every possible something. There was this other little story. There's another post, but that's from Xiaolong, or whatever. Excuse me, this is a quote from another post here. I still can't believe that there is now an A16Z funded phone farm startup. This was always just Black Hat World marketing. The whole thing is backed by a $1 million cash injection from A16Z, also known as Andreessen Horowitz. The venture capitalist firm funded by Mark Andreessen and Ben Horowitz back in 2009. Double Speed clients can expect to pay anywhere between $1,500 to $7,000 US a month for access to its phone farm. As 404 Media notes, the service is obviously a violation on the TOS for the top social media platforms. Meta, the parent company of Instagram and Facebook, for example, prohibits posting, sharing, or engaging content at very high frequencies, quote-unquote. And specifically disallows the following quote here: selling, buying, or exchanging for engagement, such as likes, shares, views, follows, clicks, use of specific hashtags, etc. End quote. X, LinkedIn, and Reddit have similar policies, though it's becoming increasingly unclear if any of these platforms are particularly interested in actually enforcing policies against spam bots. Users on each site have grown more and more frustrated lately, as AI-powered bot accounts are allowed to infest every last corner of the internet, an issue which the tech critic Cory Doctorow calls platform decay. Spelled D-E-C-A-Y. Ironically, many of those platforms are also being eaten away by AI-powered content moderation. I told you that before. A cost-cutting strategy which saves tech companies the hassle of outsourcing content management to sweatshop workers in Africa. Oddly enough, well, this is the final. Here's the final paragraph, final line, okay? Oddly enough, it may be one of the peak signs of our time. A $1 million gamble on a for-profit company whose entire model relies on monetizing spam. Who said capitalism has to breed innovation? That's where it ends. In many respects, that's still insane, nevertheless. In a bad way more than in a good way, you know what I mean? Right, bottom of the 17th inning. Still no results. If you excuse me. Still seeing what else is around. Still need to keep reading up on these articles. I'm gonna check this one. Found two of them. I'll just start with one of these. That's for the much more. Well, that's a real feels for a specific audience. That one of the articles. The other that's a bit more. I don't know. Well, easier to more straightforward anyway. Now, then the point I'm then going to just speak about. Yep. Firstly, and I feel this is important, to first talk about. Here from the newsclick.in, Indonesia, okay? Yeah, well, it wasn't ever what I'll describe really that proficient of speaking Indonesian, or one of those tongues. Okay. From the newsclick.in page. On top of that, I am still... Well, another out, only just now. That's Rojas. Edman, then Rojas, in that order. Third batter to come up, standing by. Cole is the next one to come in. Then, if there's a run, it's Otani after that one. After that person. But yeah, to continue. Yeah, newsclick.in. Yep, multiplier effects of bubbles under neoliberal capitalism. Prabhat Patnaik. 28th October 2025. When the AI bubble bursts, as it inevitably will, there will be a Wait, are we recording this? Yeah, we're still recording it. Yep, okay. When the AI bubble bursts, as it inevitably will, there will be a substantial rise in unemployment rate in the USA. Neoliberal capitalism has an imminent tendency towards stagnation, which arises because of the cooperation of two factors. The first is the growth of income inequality that it continuously spawns. Since the poor consume the bulk of the incomes while the rich save, that is, do not consume, most of it, consumption demand, and hence overall aggregate demand, tends to fall below the growth of producible input, resulting in the rise of in unemployment and unutilized capacity that drives the economy down. The continuous tendency toward a rise in income inequality arises from the fact that, owing to the mobility of capital across country borders, wages across the entire world have to suffer the baneful consequences of the massive third world labor reserves, and the relative size of these reserves does not diminish despite such relocation of capital from the global north. Yeah. On the one hand, the withdrawal of state support from petty production and peasant agriculture forces distressed producers from these sectors to move to towns in search of employment, thereby increasing the number of job seekers. On the other hand, the rise in the rate of growth of labor productivity that is enjoined upon all countries because of trade liberalization, via the adoption of new processes and products, keeps down the number of new jobs being created. Real wages across the world, therefore, fall behind labor productivity, causing a rise in the share of economic surplus in the output of each country and in world output as a whole. The observed rise in income inequality is an empirical manifestation of this phenomenon and constitutes the basic reason for the tendency towards stagnation under neoliberal capitalism. The second... still read it as is. Anyway. The second factor... Stand by, hold on a second. There was a run from Cole then, and now as Otani's coming in, he could put the gra on this, maybe. Ball one, where it hits the dirt, a knuckle curve pitch, second pitch, stand by. It looks like that's another either strike or ball. I'm just checking the feed, at least at the overhead view. It's ball 2, and another was ball 3. Excuse me, Little. That's the person who's the pitcher. It just, yeah, there's that potential though. Oh, every pitch is a knuckle curve pitch. I should have said that as well. Bring a few fastballs into place. Now, ball 4, it'll be walking. You see, yeah, Cole, who'll be in second base, Otani in first base. I'll keep on moving. This is at the bottom of the 17th inning, or the 8th extra inning. We'll move on now. The second factor that underlies the realization of this tendency is the inability of state intervention to rectify this deficiency of aggregate demand relative to producible input. Such state intervention is what John Maynard Keynes, the foremost bourgeois economist of the 20th century, had pinned his hopes on. But since state intervention to yield results must mean larger state expenditure financed either by a fiscal deficit or by taxing the rich. The other alternative of taxing, all in parentheses here, the other alternative of taxing the working people and spending the proceeds does not entail an increase in aggregate demand, and since the working people consume the bulk of their income anyway, close parenthesis. Nah, Blue Jays team need to change the pitcher now. The pitching isn't exactly been very good at all, in fact. Switch Little for another pitcher. Betts is on, well, at the plate. These things happen. Just finish this paragraph first. And since both of these means of financing state expenditure are disliked by globalized finance and hence ruled out, the Keynesian remedy ceases to work. The tendency towards stagnation arising from overproduction relative to demand under neoliberal capitalism has, therefore, no effective counterweight in the normal course. Just leave it at that point and just keep figuring what happens. There's another strike. Sorry. Strike one, and that's a foul. It's a cutter pitch. Now, Little's changed his so-called pitching strategy. 3 sinkers, now cut a pitch. Cut her pitch, and then just to wait now while the next pitch. It's still normal. Ball 3. I mean, the fifth pitch hits the dirt. A little outside of. It's the floor at a point. Another pitch to come. There's that sense that I feel because of the. Excuse me. Pitch 6. That's a foul. I mean, hits it, but it's a foul. There's still questions. As I said, it's 3 balls, 2 strikes. Whoa! That might, in fact. That was a little. I don't know. Which is the best word to describe it? A bit unexpected, as well as, well, confirmed as a foul. It must have come that close to the safe line. It had to be. Well, I'm only guessing. Next one, the 8th pitch. Could be. Nah, I think it's another foul. Or is it? Was that a single? Was that a walk? It still hasn't said. Pitch number 8. That was a hit. It's out. And, well, that's the end of the inning. Another one. The 9th extra innings to start soon. I need to leave. Excuse me. Well, it's imperative I leave. In case I missed something. That might have been this. That could have been the second out, actually. But I'm sure I misunderstood. But no, I'm pretty sure what I've seen was correct. To correct myself, there was Betts who was next in the plate, but then immediately. Yeah. It can be confusing. Except I'm aware what's up. It's exactly like I said before. Needs to be aware of the status. There's no way I'm leaving. When this is done, I will then end the broadcast. But after 17 innings completed, and it's still 5 runs all. This is exactly why this broadcast was as long as it was. If others had been getting back and understanding to check in my archives, well, and I'm come clean, it was titanic in its size, because this went for basically 2 games in length. That's how long it took. I have to leave, as I said. Yeah, stretch, the stretch. If you excuse me. Just have to leave. There be a winner in this? It doesn't really matter what I say and do. Just in with a different kind of experience. This must be passing, what? After, in the morning? After midnight? This is past. Excuse me. This is in Los Angeles in California. I'm pretty sure that's in the Pacific end of the world. In any case, if that's the circumstance, right. Just excuse me a second. $11:33 p.m. local time. Up in Los Angeles at the moment. This is, I think, at Dodger Stadium. As I can remember this, it's been approaching midnight. Still they're going. Well, I'm being serious. It's actually 11:33 p.m. local time up there at the moment. Top of the 18th inning or the 9th extra inning. Nevertheless, they continue until there's a winner, until the run is scored. And at the moment, this has lasted, virtually speaking, 2 games. Not only 1, but 2 games. If it eventually goes to Game 7 in this World Series, then in a sense it goes basically for 8 games and not 7. In relation of duration. That's if, but would assume it would be one way or another. This feels a little similar to one of the greatest Game 7s of all time, but it's sort of like that, but this is Game 3. Either way. Tension had remained perhaps consistent, albeit it's been a real drag for some folks. Next one, and so its first pitch is a ball, second pitch is a foul. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. That's where it is now. I'll still do this. Let's then just get back in position. Just waiting the next update. It's hit. Was it double out? I think it was 2 outs. It might be just the 1. 1 might be safe. I'm just looking. No, just only the 1 on second base. It's 1 out. One runner is out. The other that's on first base. Well, the point says yes. Well, Guerrero Jr. on the second, well, who was out in second, Kino Falefa to the first, and stays in first base. Just a small pause in the action. Pretty short. Next batter will be up shortly. Vachol. I'll just keep reading this other article excuse me. Yeah, and I'll continue to read the article I was still reading. The tendency towards stagnation arising from overproduction relative to demand under neoliberal capitalism has, therefore, no effective counterweight in the normal course. But this is where bubbles come in. Speculation in the market for assets or claims to assets pushes up their prices sky high, which encourages extra investment in those sectors because of the ease of raising finance. And extra consumption by the holders of such claims, parentheses again, who feel extremely wealthy and hence consume more, even though much of this wealth is actually fictitious, close parentheses. Hence, even though the asset price bubble is primarily a financial phenomenon, it has an effect on the real economy. And such bubbles play the role of providing a temporary counterweight to the tendency toward stagnation under neoliberal capitalism. Such bubbles do not negate the tendency toward stagnation. They do not introduce a long-term growth trend. They occur from time to time and introduce a temporary wave around the growth trend before dying out. During the upward surge of the bubble, there would be some improvement in the performance of the real economy. Just as when the bubble collapses and a financial crisis ensues, the performance of the real economy would receive a setback. Of course, a bubble does not arise entirely out of the blue. It is typically associated with the introduction of some new technology in the form of some new product or process. The euphoria is generated by the new technology. Translates itself into a bubble that then gets metamorphosed into a speculative phenomenon where the focus is no longer what the new technology would fetch, but on how other speculators would behave. The Austro-American economist, Joseph Schumpeter, had rightly seen technology being introduced in such waves, but had erred grievously in not recognizing the phenomenon of deficiency of aggregate demand and the consequent tendency toward overproduction, and how that, in turn, affects the shape and nature of the wave through which technology gets introduced. Just checking. Okay. Yeah, I'll still do another paragraph. Still keep the folks here up to date, of course, others who want to keep listening. In the current count, well, there's another batter is up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's 2 outs. There still is, I think, Kino Falefa on the first base. That's what's up there. I'll just keep on going on. It's the top of the 18th inning of the Blue Jays batters. I'll just move on. One consequence of this was Schumpeter's vision that the economy is always at full employment. The wave caused by the introduction of new technology affecting only prices rather than employment. So that when the wave is finally over and the dust has finally settled, the workers are decidedly better off owing to the higher labor productivity that the new technology has brought, whose benefits accrue to them in the form of higher wages. This idyllic picture, alas, does not hold, a point whose significance we shall presently see. Such a temporary reprieve from the tendency towards stagnation under neoliberal capitalism has been provided by 2 such bubbles earlier, both occurring in the USA. The dot-com bubble of the 1990s, and the housing bubble that followed almost immediately afterwards. Such immediate succession being deliberately engineered to an extent by Alan Greenspan, the then chairman of the Federal Reserve Board, which is the U.S. Central Bank. After the collapse of the housing bubble, the world economy sank into a prolonged stagnation, aggravated in its initial phase by the after effects of the collapse of this bubble. Not surprisingly, the growth rate of the world economy during the decade 2012 to 2021 that is after the pandemic-induced drop had been reversed, was lower than the growth rates during the previous 3 decades between 82 to 91, 92 to 2001, 2002 to 2011, which themselves were lower than during the decades of the post-war period. There is an impression that the artificial intelligence bubble currently underway will not only offset the tendency toward stagnation for the present, but will also do so on a more sustained basis. This perception, however, is completely erroneous. While the size of the AI bubble in financial terms is quite significant, the impact on the real economy is not. Indeed, the 2 points have to be noted about the impact of the AI bubble on the real economy. Stand by. Get another update and tell you. The counters' orders in terms of the pitch declined to Varshol. If the ball one was in the dirt, it's foul, then ball, then foul, ball, and ball. Pitch 11 to come. No, actually, no. Pitch 10 was ball 4. Excuse me. Just assumed the 11th was coming, but no. Pitch 10 was ball 4. Well, the first and second base is now, occupied. Heinemann. Enters. Next batters to come after, if it happens. Excuse me. The next batter, Straw, after Heinemann. Klein still is pitching. The top of the 18th. Yeah, but I'll continue in the other article. Next paragraph. The first point. Its impact on the totality of the real economy within the USA itself, though positive, is quite marginal. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the youth unemployment rate in that country in July 2025 was 10.8%, which was not only high in itself, but represented an increase over July 2024 when it was 9.8%. In other words, the boost to the level of activity in the real economy provided by the AI bubble today is not significant enough to cause a fall in the year-on-year youth unemployment rate. What's this more? And this is the second point to be noted. When this bubble bursts, as it inevitably will, there will be a substantial rise in unemployment rate in the USA. This would be so for 3 reasons. First, the effect of the bursting of the bubble, and even if there was no speculative bubble, but just the introduction of technology in a wave, the effect of ebbing of that wave, which would be in the nature of a cyclical downturn in employment. Second, the effect of AI itself in reducing employment even in normal times. That is, even if there were no cyclical downturn. And third, the effect of reduced incomes of the employees as a whole, since wages would not be rising while employment falls, on aggregate demand and hence on the level of activity. This is what economists call the quote-unquote multiplier effect. Even when the first of these effects has waned, the second and the third will continue and will ensure that the net long-term consequence of the introduction of AI would have been a vastly increased permanent level of unemployment, which will further accentuate the tendency towards stagnation of neoliberal capitalism. Nothing demonstrates more clearly than the introduction of AI, the irrationality of capitalism as a mode of production, and the unquestionable superiority of socialism over it. A technological breakthrough that in a socialist economy would be absorbed through increased leisure for everyone without any fall in real wages, and would in addition enhance human capacity is causing reduced employment directly, reduced real wages because of it, and is accentuating both these reductions in employment and real wages through their multiplier effects via reduced aggregate demand. That's it. That's where the article ends. And just while I'm here, I'll just notice there's a swing. Yeah. Strikeout, but that's through swinging strike, and the top of the 18th is done. Dodgers' inning on the 9th extra inning will eventually begin. Excuse me. Does make a lot of sense to this dude, but doesn't get every story, every point out. And I had other articles I was going to sit and read as well. Isn't that far from midnight either, is it? Well, should I still repeat what I've said? True, I'm not an always-on type of broadcaster. It just comes like a flow. That MLB battle, it's many would have been banking it was already finished. They're still in the 18th inning, you know. Just let you know something. I'm still watching that little baseball game. It's still going, where it's basically 2 games in one. You get it? The bottom of the 18th, that's going to start in a moment. You might find that tough to comprehend. Check MLB.com and you'll understand. I mean, that's at the time of this broadcast, I mean. But I've already explained again, it's Game 3. It isn't Game 6 or Game 7. Bottom of the 18th already is live. I'm just checking. It's Freeman in the as the batter. Little Still is the pitcher. Hang on, just how long have we been streaming this? Just a little over 6 hours. Since, well, making the decision to go live. Don't have any regrets whatsoever. In fact, this has been... It's a little... This has been tough. Because I've only slept 2.5 hours, or a little over 2.5 hours. And, yeah, I would have really heavy bags under my own eyes at this point. We'll remain committed because this is about when this game finishes. The one, but this game 3 in MLB, the battle in this baseball game. Still checking. 3 balls in a row, so it's now 3 balls, 1 strike. 5th pitch is a strike. It's 3 balls, 2 strikes. I mean, there's no outs, no one on base, so next pitch is to come. Either it will walk or it'll be out. Those are small lines. Freeman's still on the at the plate at the moment. bam, it's home run, and it's all done. And Freeman is the one that he strikes the home run for the Dodgers, which now they lead 2-1. That's just happened. And that's victory. It's a huge struggle. If I counted correctly, 9 consecutive innings with no run, and only then from Freeman struck that home run to win the match, to win that game for the Dodgers, and now are 2-1 up in the series. I'm not done with this broadcast, though. I'll tell you straight up. But in the end of it all, one of them had to win, and it was exactly the way it went. 2 games in one in duration, but time to move on. As dragged out as everything has been, well, it's all happened. But they've not won, you know, it's a case as, again, I think it's to 4, okay? 4 games, or best of 7. Well, that's exactly the circumstance that happened. Yeah. Sure, go ahead, pass the message, go on. Explain I was right there, watching all 18 innings, well, not all 18 innings, but the majority of it. Can close the door on that one, and just focus back on the next battle. I just want to finish off by then just reading just 2 articles. Just one I wanted to look for myself. I'll do another recording now. Well, still, the situation just happened. As I just already said. Kept just rolling it up. I'll just read these 2 articles, but if I have to read others, I'll explain that. But the amount of fatigue I'm experiencing is very, very deep. That's what I will say. That happened just before midnight local time up in Los Angeles, down in Los Angeles in California. Before midnight. But yeah. It was just another such case where, because I read at the time, it was roughly 11:50 p.m. local time up in that part of the world when it happened. It was still this didn't go to the 28th of October up there. It was still within, the 27th. But yeah, plenty of stories, but I mean, it was a massive struggle. There were very few moments where there were any openings, opportunities. And that's exactly how it went ever since the first extra inning happened. The others was there, hey, thanks for being, at least to follow through with laying back. You're probably asleep. And maybe revising and checking this? Probably. I'm still just needing to sit and read some stuff about, well, more stuff in relation of other artificial intelligence stories, so I'm doing that. Yeah, from the voi.id or voi.id website, Indonesian channel, website, whatever. This is how China takes advantage of DeepSeek and artificial intelligence for the new war era. I'm assuming there will be some mistakes on the writing, but we'll see. 28th October 2025, editorial team is what it reads. Jakarta. But here's as it says here. China seems to be increasingly serious about developing artificial intelligence for military purposes. According to a Reuters review of hundreds of documents, patents, and procurement records, Beijing is making systematic efforts to leverage AI technology for excellence on the battlefield, including through the use of the DeepSeek AI model, the pride of China's technology sector. In February 2025, state-owned defense company, Norinco, introduced P-60 autonomous military vehicles capable of carrying out combat operations at speeds of up to 50 kilometers per hour, 30 miles per hour. The vehicle is powered by, DeepSec. I kept saying Seek. What did I say? Seek. Powered by DeepSec and promoted by Communist Party. Excuse me, I want to just go back and check. No, I think that's right, actually. It's DeepSec. The vehicle is powered by DeepSec and promoted by Communist Party officials as an early example of how Beijing... DeepSeek, I'm still think it's... Well, I'm just not sure. One or the other. an early example of how Beijing uses AI to rival the USA in the race for modern weaponry. I'm just going to read it. I don't really care what else others say or do. Although the details of the technology behind the next generation of weapons systems are still a state secret, much of it confidential. Yeah, I understand that. A number of patents and procurement records show China's progress and capabilities, such as introducing autonomous targets and making real-time battlefield decisions similar to the US military approach. Reuters found that the People's Liberation Army and its affiliated agencies are continuing to search for and use NVIDIA-made chips, including models that had been banned from US exports. However, it is not clear whether the chip was obtained before restrictions were imposed. On the other hand, analysts at the Jamestown Foundation note that the PLA is now increasingly using Huawei chips for the military AI system, in line with Beijing's push for defense agencies to rely on its own technology, domestic technology. Huawei declined to comment on its product involvement in military projects. Now that makes sense why, I know. While China's Ministry of Defense, DeepSec, and Norinco did not respond to requests for comment. No, that's read as SEC as in S-E-K, not S-E-E-K. It could be said as seek. I'm just saying it as is on this page. I actually believe it actually is DeepSeek. There are errors. That's what I will say. Then I'll say the line again. Huawei declined to comment on its product involvement in military projects, while China's Ministry of Defense, DeepSeek, and Norinco did not respond to requests for comment. The military tender document, seen by Reuters, shows that the DeepSeek model is the main choice of various PLA entities throughout 2025, far ahead of domestic competitors such as Alibaba's Qwen. This reflects Beijing's strategy to achieve so-called algorithmic sovereignty, reducing dependence on Western technology and strengthening control over critical digital infrastructure. A spokesman for the U.S. State Department had said DeepSeek voluntarily supports and is likely to continue to support China's military and intelligence operations, not too indifferent really, of their own services, using its own nation's technology. Yeah. China is also researching the use of autonomous dog robots that can move in groups to search for threats and clear mines, as well as swarm drones that can track targets automatically. In the November 2024 military tender, the PLA even requested the development of an AI dog robot for combat operations. Heard of robot spotters in the past. Yeah. Patents and research papers show that AI is now being used to accelerate satellite image analysis, radar coordination, and combat mission planning. A team from Xi'an University of Technology reports that DeepSeek-based systems are capable of evaluating 10,000 battlefield scenarios in just 48 seconds, which usually takes 48 hours for human military planners. Documents also show that Chinese military entities are investing in autonomous combat technologies, such as drones that can recognize, track, and attack targets with minimal human intervention. Beihang University, for example, uses DeepSeek to increase decision-making in swarm drones against minor and slow threats. Although Chinese defense leaders have expressed a commitment to maintain human control over the weapons system, concerns are growing that the AI race between Beijing and Washington could lead to the use of non-supervised autonomous weapons. Maybe nuclear as well. Meanwhile, the US military is also accelerating the development of a similar system and plans to deploy thousands of autonomous drones by the end of 2025 to match China's numerical advantages in unmanned aerial vehicles, UAVs, right? Although China is pushing for the use of domestic chips such as Huawei Ascend, military academic research still frequently mentions the use of the NVIDIA A100 chip, even after the US export ban was imposed in 2022. Reuters discovered 35 patent applications from agencies such as China's National Defense University, NUDT, which called the use of the chip for AI model training. A senior NUDT researcher, Colonel Zhu Qichao, acknowledged last year that US restrictions inflowed their AI research to some extent, but stressed that China is determined to narrow the gap between the technology and the USA. An NVIDIA spokesperson responded to Reuters' findings that says the following: China has enough domestic chips for all its military needs, and the limited use of old chips does not pose a new security threat. That's where exactly the end of that article. Okay? But as it reads, The English, Chinese, Japanese, Arabic, and French versions are automatically generated by the AI system, so there may still be inaccuracies in translating. Please always see Indonesian as our main language. It's precisely as that reads, because that's precise as it reads. An article from the Korea Economic Daily Global Edition. KEDglobal.com. ChatGPT now available on Kakao Talk, South Korea's top messaging app. Kakao Talk can access the world's most famous generative AI service without leaving the chat app. But I'm of the assumption it's also translated? ChatGPT, the world's most famous generative artificial intelligence service by OpenAI Inc., is now available on Kakao Talk, South Korea's dominant mobile chat platform used by more than 90% of the population, marking the first tangible result of Kakao Corp's partnership with OpenAI announced in February. Kakao said Tuesday it had launched ChatGPT for Kakao, a program embedding OpenAI's latest GPT-5 model directly into Kakao Talk. The feature lets Kakao Talk users access ChatGPT through a new tab at the top of the chat interface to ask questions, generate text or images, and share AI-created content in conversations without leaving the app. Well, here's some quotes from Yong-Ha Yo, head of Kakao's AI agent platform. Following quotes here. By making AI accessible to anyone, we expect AI use to increase sharply. This launch will usher in the everyday AI era. End quote. That's more platitudes and stuff. Well, Korea already has the most paid users of ChatGPT outside the USA. That's important to note that. AI in everyday conversations. Existing ChatGPT users can sign in with their OpenAI credentials, while new users may register using their Kakao accounts. Both free and paid options mirror ChatGPT's global structure, meaning free-tier users will have limited access to premium AI features. ChatGPT for Kakao also connects OpenAI's generative AI with Kakao's ecosystem through Kakao Tools, an in-app agent platform linking AI to services such as the Kakao Map, Kakao Gift, Reservation, and Melon. For example, a user asking, quote here, find a Starbucks store near Seoul City Hall Station, will automatically receive Kakao Map results within the chat. To encourage adoption, Kakao is offering a subscription rebate for users who purchase the paid ChatGPT Plus plan through Kakao Talk by December 31. Yet the Korean company said the new AI service prioritizes privacy, allowing users to choose whether to store chat histories or contribute data for AI training. That just feels so familiar to my mind. In my mind, I feel like I heard and seen that story previously. Yeah, and as it also says here, all user information will be handled under Kakao and OpenAI's data protection policies. The launch is part of Kakao's broader strategy to develop an AI agent ecosystem integrating messaging, content, commerce, and navigation. Alongside the ChatGPT service, Kakao plans to expand Kanana service. Currently in beta testing, Kanana in Kakao Talk uses its proprietary on-device AI assistant, the lightweight Kanana Nano model, to understand chat context and proactively assist users by suggesting information, recommending places or products, and providing daily briefings. After reflecting user feedback, Kakao plans to roll out a live service across Android devices in the first quarter of next year. The Korean platform giant also plans to allow external partners to develop new content for the Kanana in the Kakao Talk service. To support developers, Kakao has opened Play MCP, a platform that allows third parties to create and register AI tools. The new integration represents the first commercial collaboration between Kakao and OpenAI since their partnership was forged back in February 2025. aimed at embedding ChatGPT's generative AI technology into Kakal's broader AI framework. Last point, and this is a commercial point. Kakao shares climbed more than 4.5% on Tuesday afternoon, outperforming Korea's benchmark Kospi index, which fell nearly 1.5%. That's it. Still put that as an additional bookmark, so I'll just do it that way. Check out some other stories. Another new little article straight from Reuters, as it reads. SK Group chairman says rapid growth for AI data centers creating bottlenecks. The explosive growth in artificial intelligence data centers is creating bottlenecks for chips and other key supplies, the SK Group chairman Chae Tae-won said. There's a few such cases that is indeed a fact. Just get on back. I just want to check something else out. Sure, I may as well just read this next other point from the LRT.it. Oh, Italian, that is what it means. Lithuania closing borders with Belarus over hybrid attack. That's what it also says. It's from 15 hours ago at the time of this broadcast. Something else that I actually just recognized. But just keep reading anyway. Now the main article, the article I'm reading, 2025.10.28, 0900 hours. Artificial 0900 hours as in local time over there, like it's UTC +2, okay? That's the hours, okay? It would be 0700 UTC 0. I'll start now. Artificial intelligence in the field of defense is no longer a vision of the future, but a present-day reality. Visiting Vilnius, Dr. Una May O'Reilly of MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, that said her research shows how rapidly AI can be applied to strengthen cybersecurity, becoming an increasingly vital tool for modern defense, but we know it's not perfect either. No, it ain't. A battle between AIs, as it says here. It took several years to develop a system that allows Ukrainian drones to identify, with around 90% accuracy, the number and type of mines in a given field, a project achieved with input from Lithuania's Riflemen's Union and its partners. LT, not IT, LT, okay? Like LT as in Lithuania, does it make sense? Sorry, LRT.LT, okay? This is where the article I'm reading it from. According to the organization's commander, Colonel Linas Idzelis, the next goal is to adapt AI for use in drone swarms. While not a new idea, he says European militaries are falling behind. Here's his quote. Idzelis, The Gay-run drones flying into Ukraine are released in swarms. If you shoot one down, others adjust their flight paths and continue. They communicate with one another. That means there's no longer a human operator. These drones rely on algorithms that help them avoid interference and change course dynamically. This has been happening for several years now. Experts attending a joint conference of Lithuanian universities and MIT said AI's potential is virtually limitless. And there was this other guy. Polius Vaitkevicius, head of innovation in software development and technology company Novian, revealed that a new AI assistant is being developed for the Lithuanian armed forces to help detect sources of disinformation and propaganda. In his words, artificial intelligence is already fighting information wars on the other side. Bots generate fake news and artificial content that spreads widely online. We need a strong AI on our side to counter it. It's becoming a battle of AI versus AI, end quote. This kind of social engineering can even influence elections. The recent Romanian presidential campaign, for example, saw a Kremlin-friendly candidate come close to victory after a major push on TikTok. While some call it democracy in action, Moscow continues to exploit social media for its geopolitical aims. A double-edged sword is the next point. The MIT professor, Dr. Una May O'Reilly, studies artificial intelligence through the lens of cybersecurity. She describes AI as a double-edged sword, both a threat and a tool for defense. Here's in her words. We know that those with malicious intent can use AI, but we can also use it more effectively for defense. The key is to understand where such an arms race could lead and to prevent escalation before it reaches a point that it becomes dangerous for us, in her words, end quote. End quote, in her words, that's what I mean. How can Europeans catch up and accelerate their defense industries? The answer, experts say, lies in the American approach. The USA defense sector invests billions in research and experimentation, fostering collaboration between scientists, manufacturers, and military clients to achieve results and technological leadership. Now, if AI still seems like something out of science fiction, one need only look at the origins of one of the most advanced fighter jets in the world. 40 years ago, the U.S. Air Force launched its stealth fighter program, dedicating enormous resources to the effort. Competing American defense firms developed rival prototypes, and one eventually triumphed: the F-22 Raptor. Today, considered the most advanced fighter aircraft in existence. Around 200 have since been commissioned by the U.S. Air Force. The article actually ends right there too. Yep. Well, if you do excuse me, another post only just come. Okay, it's in the Geeky Gadgets website. It was only just posted. It reads as follows: Grok 5, the shocking. Geeky-gadgets.com. Grok 5, the shocking AGI breakthrough no one is talking about. October 28th, 2025, by Julian Horsey. Stand by. Yep, I'm just then about to start reading it. What if the most profound leap toward artificial general intelligence wasn't a headline-grabbing announcement, but a quiet breakthrough flying under the radar? Enter Grok 5, a development that could redefine how machines learn, adapt, and think. While the tech world buzzes with incremental AI updates, Grok 5's ability to continuously learn without forgetting might just be the missing link in humanity's quest for true machine intelligence. Imagine an AI that evolves like a human, retaining old lessons while mastering new ones, seamlessly blending knowledge across domains. Yet, despite its fantastic potential, Grok 5 has sparked surprisingly little public discourse. Why hasn't this milestone received the attention it deserves? And this is at the time of broadcasting where this is just what's going on. But I'll keep going. In this exploration, AI Grid uncovers how Grok 5 tackles some of AI's most persistent limitations, from catastrophic forgetting to the inefficiencies of traditional supervised learning. You'll discover the innovative techniques like sparse memory fine-tuning and dynamic reinforcement learning that make this system a standout in the race toward AGI. But Grok 5 isn't without its challenges, and its story raises deeper questions about the future of intelligent systems. Could this be the beginning of a new era in AI? Or is it merely a stepping stone on a much longer journey? Let's unravel the implications of this quiet revolution and what it means for the future of intelligence itself. Well, Grok 5 AGI breakthrough, too long, didn't read. Key takeaways. Grok 5 introduces continuous learning, addressing the issue of catastrophic forgetting and allowing AI systems to retain and build upon prior knowledge while integrating new information. The innovation of sparse memory fine-tuning allows selective updates to AI memory, preventing global overriding and enhancing memory stability and efficiency. Dynamic reinforcement learning in Grok 5 enables adaptability to changing environments and real-time feedback, a critical step toward achieving AGI. Despite advancements, Grok 5 still relies on supervised learning and predefined datasets, limiting its ability to engage in open-ended discovery and autonomous learning. Achieving true AGI requires further breakthroughs in reasoning, creativity, decision-making, scalable memory systems, and addressing ethical and safety concerns. One of the most persistent challenges in AI development is catastrophic forgetting, where AI systems lose previously acquired knowledge when learning new tasks. Unlike humans, who can retain and build upon past experiences, traditional AI systems often overwrite old information, limiting their ability to adapt effectively. Continuous learning offers a solution by allowing AI systems to retain prior knowledge while integrating new information. Grok 5's implementation of continuous learning represents a significant advancement. By allowing AI to adapt without erasing its existing skills, this capability enhances the versatility and reliability of AI models. However, while this innovation is promising, it is only one component of the broader AGI framework. The challenge lies in scaling this capability to handle the vast and diverse range of tasks required for true general intelligence. At the core of Grok 5's progress is a technique known as sparse memory fine-tuning. This method selectively updates specific parts of the AI's memory that are relevant to new information, leaving the majority of the system's parameters untouched. By isolating updates to localized areas, sparse memory fine-tuning prevents the global overwriting of knowledge, a problem that has historically hindered AI systems. This approach has significant implications for memory stability and efficiency. It allows AI models to accumulate knowledge over time without requiring extensive retraining, mirroring the way human memory integrates new information without erasing what is already known. However, the success of sparse memory fine-tuning depends on two critical factors: access to scalable memory resources capable of handling ever-growing datasets, effective prioritization mechanisms to ensure the system focuses on the most valuable knowledge. Without these, the accumulation of information could overwhelm the system, reducing its efficiency and limiting its practical applications. Addressing these challenges is essential for making sure that Grok 5 and similar systems can operate effectively at scale. And the next point. How Grok 5 could change the future of artificial intelligence. In it shows digital guides from the geekygadgets.com article library, expansive article library that could be, which can be considered useful in AI learning, which has a list of about 10 separate links to others interested, at least, to the next point of expanding the scope of AGI. While continuous learning and sparse memory fine-tuning are significant advancements, they address only a portion of the requirements for AGI. True general intelligence demands a combination of advanced capabilities that extend beyond memory and learning. These include reasoning and problem-solving to navigate complex, unfamiliar scenarios, creativity and abstract thinking to generate novel ideas and solutions, planning and decision-making to achieve long-term goals, autonomous, self-directed learning to adapt without external guidance. Currently, Grok 5 relies heavily on supervised learning and predefined datasets, which limits its ability to engage in open-ended discovery. Additionally, physical memory constraints remain a significant barrier. Even with sparse memory fine-tuning, AI systems must prioritize and manage knowledge effectively to avoid inefficiencies. Developing robust mechanisms for determining the value of information will be critical as these systems scale. Another notable feature of Grok 5 is its use of dynamic reinforcement learning, which enables AI systems to adapt to changing environments and learn from real-time feedback. By responding to new challenges as they arise, this capability brings AI closer to achieving adaptability, a key component of AGI. Elon Musk has highlighted Grok 5's adaptability as a potential milestone in AGI development. However, experts remain cautious. While dynamic reinforcement learning is an important step, it does not address other essential aspects of AGI such as abstraction, motivation, and self-awareness. These higher-order cognitive abilities are fundamental to creating systems capable of true general intelligence. Without them, even the most advanced AI systems will remain limited in scope and application. Grok 5 represents a meaningful advancement in the pursuit of AGI, offering valuable insights into continuous learning, memory stability, and adaptability. However, these achievements are only part of a much larger and more complex journey. Achieving AGI will require breakthroughs in several areas here, that includes this: developing scalable and efficient memory systems to manage vast amounts of information, creating mechanisms for autonomous learning and open-ended discovery, integrating reasoning, creativity, and decision-making into AI systems, addressing ethical and safety concerns to ensure responsible deployment. Yeah. Final paragraph. The road to AGI is long and uncertain, but Grok 5 serves as a reminder of the progress being made. Its contributions to continuous learning and dynamic reinforcement learning highlight the potential for AI systems to become more adaptable and versatile. As researchers continue to tackle the challenges of AI, the integration of these advancements into a cohesive framework will be critical for shaping the future of intelligence systems. The media credit at the AI Grid. That YouTube image. Yep, so that's where that article ends. I can certainly buy into it. Still, that's what's up. Check for anything else new, or at least go back. Now, like I said, so there was one other thing. People speak, I did see an article as well. They were speaking of both images and video, and it's just the truth, okay? There was a mysterious green comet or whatever that went viral while flying over Moscow. Just checking this directly from Dexodo.com. You remember the... Excuse me, about some certain meteorite or something that was showing up. Now, it's possible it's true, and that's what I will say with some accuracy. But I'll just read these three sentences as they are. Hundreds of people in Moscow were left stunned after a blazing green fireball lit up the night sky, sparking fresh waves of UFO and alien speculation online. On October 27, viral footage showed a vivid green orb streaking over Russia's capital. The glowing object cut through the sky at high speeds before bursting into flames and disappearing behind the clouds. Does that remind you of a science fiction film? Probably. Anyway. Now, I'll just say the last sentence as it is. The striking video shared across Telegram and X looked straight out of a sci-fi movie and immediately triggered talk of extraterrestrial visitors. Well, that's hard to know. It simply just might be something completely different. Well, that's it. Feel I've sort of dried the well in one way. I do know, would know another place though. That's quite an interesting way to promote what they call the 4th Steam Scream Fest. Rise from your grave. These deals are to die for. Yeah, and here, sort of both shaking my head and smiling at the same time. Okay, there's a little something that was just skimming. I'll just read them in a certain order, okay? Yep, PC Gamer. The 4th Steam Scream Fest is here, and there's a lot more on sale than just horror games. Yeah, I just said what I just said. Rise from your grave. These deals are to die for. Games Radar Plus, with a peak of 100,000 concurrent players, sending it straight into Steam's bestsellers chart. The latest RV there yet, the latest indie hit. That's a silly physics-based co-op game about driving an RV. Peak, but Dadcore is the best. Most succinct description the author came up with Steam's latest mega hit, RV there yet? Yeah, a four-player co-op experience or whatever it says. TechNode next. ByteDance to launch GameTop, a Steam-like global game distribution platform. GameTop? Yeah, could be sued. There's a U.S. group, a specific, established and still well respected. Well, to some degree. Well, company really known as GameStop. GameTop. Some parallels there just rubbed me the wrong way. No offense. Yeah, well, I'll just keep reading. ByteDance is reportedly preparing to launch GameTop, a new global game distribution platform similar to Steam. Well, and Epic Games Store and a few of those places. GoodOldGames.com and some of those places. Yeah. And continue. I'll just read this next one. PC Gamer. Again, okay? The oddest deep cuts on Steam this week, including a lo-fi Stalker clone, the Stalker game, and a Pigeon Puzzler. Yeah, sorting, as it just also says here, sorting through every new game on Steam so you don't have to. Alright. Maybe this probably seems a little, I don't know. It's from the Flickering Myth. I may as well just say it as it is. The brutal roguelite survival horror project or game or whatever, Cyber Rats, launches on Steam. You will not like this. Being a lab rat is horrible enough as it is. This is from the opinion of the of this author. Being a lab rat is horrible enough as it is, but it's even worse for the poor rats in Cyber Rats, the new roguelite survival horror game from Outpost Games. Yeah, there's others who might be interested. Just on time, I'd say there's a minor or really, really small contingent that don't give a crap about what we say. I see. Another from COG Connected. Excuse me. Fractured Bloom's demo is now available on Steam. Serenity Forge, that's the developer of the project, which has unveiled a closer look at Fractured Blooms, a psychological horror farming simulation that blends the comforts of rural life and so on and so forth. This has me wondering, actually, and multiple things. Game rant in the next one. No. Yeah, I'll do that next. A new horror game on Steam has serious Resident Evil vibes. It makes you figure if, of course, there were duplicates. Plagiarism. Not sure. This new retro-inspired horror game on Steam has Series 90s Resident Evil vibes, while introducing an unexpected gameplay twist. There's some who, if they want to see, they can check it out for themselves. Yeah, BizBuzz. Just check. Despite US tariffs, GTP gains Steam in Q2 Finmin. That's something different. I'm just thinking of the... Well, another thing I'm only just going to read, and you people are... Well, I may or may not find this a great thing or a bad thing, but we'll check what your interpretation of this is. From Notebook Check, this just recently come out. Randy Pitchford says Valve's Gabe Newell called him directly to pitch Half-Life, Opposing Force. Well, that's exactly what it did say. Anyone who doesn't buy it, well... Yeah. So what they're saying is there's actually going to be another fresh, brand new, Half-Life project? That's practically what that means. I just still take it at face value. It may or may not actually come to fruition. Huh. Just to take a look. Our Culture Mag is the next one I'm going to check. Ghost of Tsushima unveils patch shade, gets Steam Deck verification. That would be a very long time coming, huh? Ghost of Tsushima's director's cut has just received its 8th patch. In particular, part of the new update brings the Steam Deck verification of this game and stuff. Right. Still looking around. Dispatch him. The Aaron Paul, the actor, of course. That was his debut as in game? Well, there you have that. As it reads, Red 94, Dispatch earns 87% Steam approval as Aaron Paul makes major video game debut October 22. That already happened. Dispatch launched on October 22, 2025 with flying colors. The superhero workplace comedy already earned a spectacular 87% approval rating on Steam, is what it reads. Well, if you didn't hear it, well, you heard it. Final Weapon article, but it's another about the Fractured Blooms game. Fractured Blooms demo is now available on Steam. Serenity Forge has launched a free demo for Fractured Blooms on PC via Steam with the first slice of the game's story. That's from 9 hours ago, at the time of this broadcast. Yeah. Yeah. And well, the next point, that's a personal opinion from somebody who actually owns a Steam Deck. PC Gamer. This is from an opinion piece, but I'll just read it as it is, just by looking at the Google search. In this era of remasters, I am politely asking for way more Nintendo DS gems to be ported to Steam. There are loads of great DS games that would be right at home on the Steam Deck. Just looking now. Yeah. Mixed down games. It's spelled MXDWN. None of the vowels, okay? The demo for an unexpected WarioWare spiritual successor, released to Steam October 22. In July 2024, the independent game developer, Tall Glass, in all caps, okay, began the Kickstarter crowdfunding process for their first game, titled Boom Buster. Okay, next one from Polygon. Next gen Xbox will reportedly play your entire Xbox library, Steam games, and more. A new report on Microsoft's next gen Xbox hardware further hints at a PC-like console that plays everything and doesn't charge for multiplayer. Very well. It's far too ambitious. I feel. As long as still you don't know that, of course, you still be surrounded in some way. Where absolutely every single game cannot be, of course, brought back. And many, of course, already were deliberately removed. Plagiarism-related reasons and many, many other reasons. Still. Still check out the sale. I mean, this is just more about that sort of talk. Daily Mail, and this is more about job losses again, okay? You've heard it once before, but I'll just say this in a point. Though, that's because I've used the word Steam on the search. Excuse me. Yeah, Amazon plans to cut 30,000 roles, or about that, as jobs apocalypse gathers steam. After overhiring at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, the company is reportedly working to cut expenses by making job cuts, etc. Okay. Well, it's basically saying anyway. Yeah, well, here, excuse me, Games Radar Plus. Forgotten for nearly 20 years. Well, the Nintendo DS exclusive Silent Hill-like is back with an inexplicable PC remaster creeping up Steam horror charts. Yeah. Well, it's unrelated. It reads also, Dementium, the Ward, is out now on Steam. That's what it also says. Right, it's mine-MMO, I think, is what it says. If Astarion in Baldur's Gate 3 was just too attractive for you, you will soon hear him as a space locust on Steam. Starfinder, an upcoming role-playing game for Steam, not only learns from Baldur's Gate 3, but can now also score with one of its stars. Or, like, other actors or characters. Right, Final Weapon. Love Art, Kiss, Endless Memories will no longer be releasing on Steam. The Steam version of Kiss Endless Memories will no longer release on the platform due to quote-unquote various circumstances. Yeah, well, it's the first I've actually been aware about this project. Sure. Sure, let that other hype surrounding RV there, yeah, it's just do its thing. That is strange as strange, really. It just spark a lot of, I don't know. I didn't really like the experience. It looked and felt too foreign in my mind. It'd be wiser to let it go, but not to boycott it. But that may be my take. Frankly, I'm already said and done. Yeah. Might check one specific game out, though. Quite interesting. Excuse me, from Euro... just one here from Eurogamer. Excuse me. Almost 2 weeks from release, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 isn't in Steam's top 150 wish-listed games. Is it time for Activision to worry? 2 weeks from release, Call of Duty Black Ops 7 isn't in Steam's top 150 wish-listed games. Is it time... Well, let's ask again. Is it time for Activision to worry? This might be quite interesting to certain audiences out here. Games Radar Plus again, okay? Set for life after a megaton Steam hit. Lethal Company creator gets back to what really matters. Releasing weird retro horror games like this text and audio adventure. Welcome to the Dark Place is available for free on Steam, is what it says as well. And that's actually why some people are have started streaming Persona 5 Royal. Just as it reads here on Pocket... Well, this is one theory anyway. Probably global, I'm not sure. Pocket Tactics. Persona 5 Royals is this huge 68% discount. Lets you steal hearts at the Steam Deck Games' lowest price. Never actually been personally... Well, the TAS stuff is much better. Maybe it's in my head. The original 4 games, Shin Megami Tensei, Persona, and its sequel. Actually, the first 4. It's been quite a long time since I've actually last really saw those, actually. also believe the next little line is important for me to also read. The 7.ws, or SE7EN.ws, as it reads, Ghost of Tsushima goes on sale on Steam in Kazakhstan. Sony restores the game to regions without PSN. Fans can now add the longer-awaited title to their Steam libraries. There's much more to that. It doesn't really say much else outside of it. Yeah. A little more about that other game. Anyway, from Silicon Era. Love R Kiss Endless Memories PC version won't be on Steam. As it reads here. The Love R Kiss Endless Memories Steam page is gone, and Dragami Games noted it's looking for a new home for the PC version. Just launch the thing independently! Well, at least that's the advice I'd give. That'll just... Well, I'm not really sure what its audience really about that. I'm basically on the verge. Well, there's a little something as it reads here. Screen Rant. Steam's hottest new game hits 300,000 concurrent players. And it's not Battlefield 6, okay? Every so often, a game comes out and takes Steam by storm. This time, a strategic parody game is gunning for the top spot. Well, that's exactly as it said. Well, that's another unusual little story to read. Anyway, the direct, and as it reads here, Kylo Ren movie petition gains steam, demanding Disney uncancel Hunt for Ben Solo. Could this be the next, quote, release the Snyder Cut movement from movie fans? Yeah, I'll check. Yep, it's another from Mine-MMO. I'll be honest though, about RV there yet. That game, I don't actually really like the game. At least what I've seen. But that's based on my explicit preferences being more FPS focused sort of player, and some other stuff, like more in other sort of parts. Well, as it reads here, a game about boomer dads conquering Steam while reaching 100,000 simultaneous players. In a new co-op game on Steam, you can try to take a caravan home as a group of chain-smoking fathers. Shit. Right, and, well, 911 operators been mentioned as well. That's right. That one that had over 300,000 was Escape from Tarkov. It's a hard game to recommend, I personally feel. Never actually played it. Why do I get the feeling that's the kind of game that grows on the user? I'd at least be assuming such. But the community hasn't spoken fully. That's something to remember too. Motion Wreck come out? Might just check that later. I wouldn't mind to check that too. Fine. Look, I still have maybe a bit of extra energy to maybe play on just one game. Well, you know, there was another well-known Sony franchise where their images have only been leaked only just then. Some might have regrets. You remember? id Software had focused on doing Doom instead of doing a fresh new version of Quake. Like remaster, do a fresh reboot, as they say, of Doom, not Quake. That's sort of what it feels. Except it's a multiplayer experience, not actually a, I have got information as well for Hollow Seeker. It's coming out on 10th of November. But I need to verify this on my own Steam channel. It's a midweek deal from Games from Croatia as well, between the 27th of October to November 3. It's presented by Croatian Game Developers Alliance. That's at the time of this broadcast, I'll be honest. Yeah, but I'm aware, yeah. Steam Scream 4. That's on as well. It probably is unwise to continue explaining the sort of opinion, the things. Won't be as straightforward. Half the time, it's just sometimes everyone stares at the cover. Even so, was aware about numerous little stories. Just check any new recent articles that come as part of artificial intelligence. Unfortunately, I don't see anything which is significant. Well, that's new. Recently from Gaming Amigos. Marvel Rivals is his new Zombies mode. Sparks huge player spike on Steam. That was about 24 hours ago at the time of this broadcast. And from fudzilla.com. Yeah, well, I'm only reading the headline. Intel's shares leap as turnaround gains steam. That's something else that's, as I said, with the word Steam in the search. So they're just saying, well, that's starting to improve. Yeah, many of them would. Ridiculous, really. I don't think really there's any other sort of points to talk about. I'm afraid, well, I'll just come clean. That's really it. It, just might be where I may either end or I still do that gaming session. Since I did still feel comfortable enough to do just a little session running only like that only one game at this time. I might do just that. Only in the window. Where are we? Alt enter. Quit it and then start again. It's closing in at 4 o'clock local time. Yeah, well, that's all booted. Let's run the timer in the usual method. But it'll be the last moment. Well, just doing this one, well, little session before I close this broadcast proper. Still run commentary right after showing, well, what it is. Quick life now. But as already said, I'm still, staying with tried and true. To figure just how much additional energy that I still do have left. Well, did recover to the extent. Let me just think about it. Yeah, still running on one PC, but yeah, there isn't any noticeable difficulties using this method to broadcast. Seems there could be tearing. Yeah, vertical sync is actually on, so it still feels like something's wrong. Each time I click, then I know what happens. And it still just fires just as it does. Yeah, still won't close this. But given the situation, each time I hit Alt Enter, it goes on the wrong page. But I already know a plan B. It's going to involve some noise, though. Wouldn't have to worry that other bottlenecking is not bottlenecking, you see, but in using game capture. Some other silly that other silly method in utilizing, well... Yeah, nothing, don't worry about it. But still, I can't... I mean, I'll explain again that I cannot remain awake forever, since I still have to sleep eventually. Nah, whatever was the case, I'll just stay true. Try that once more. Yeah. But did I would have rather sit and play something a bit more casual. Well, I'd sometimes call this game casual. I've already just ran it earlier. So let me put this in full screen first. Then yeah. This is just put on screen. Been around over 7 hours, but like I said, much of this was because I was inactive and really had been sort of engrossed to a degree of the experience earlier, you know, in that game earlier. I might not even, since it won't be a really long session, in fact, I still have that attention's just a bit excessive. Though, I have to be honest though, I had been feeling quite empty. For not to get the wrong impression. Just thinking. It's sometimes important knowing my own states still do matter. It still makes no difference in time or place, basically. It's just being the nature of being a soldier, to understand of the different states as well as physical, different ways I feel physically. Right, and at the moment, I just have to really place something just to sort of place my own mind at sort of a different type of ease or resting point, so this still works for me. Nah, I'm already aware the sound was off. I need that sound. This makes that unusually, I don't know.
Impressive.
Maybe not simple, that's not the word I'm thinking. Didn't ever play this map before, I don't think. One of the community maps? There's a range of other new maps I'm just going to try out in Quake Live. But I'm usually stuck with a very fixed series of maps, just in case others don't know. I don't think I'm proficient with every single map. No, I ain't. Only like a very small selection. Still relatively proficient, understanding the physics system. Nah, missed. But yeah, there's small differences.
Impressive. 2 frags in 2 seconds. Excellent. Lost.
Be the type to create the future instead of let AI to, of course, feed a dark machine.
Lead lost.
I'm gonna spit plenty platitudes and crap. Maybe stuff that may not even be relevant to anything. I'll still try and understand what it is importance of understanding the human mind has flaws that's different from a machine. Particularly if, of course, half of them don't even know how to use or utilize the much deeper levels of the systems. It'd be better off refrain or opt out of anything with those systems. And besides, yeah, plenty are gonna jump in. Look, I want to put up this matter, and it's important I say this right now. If there are gonna be other users that do collabs on RV there yet, well, I'll watch. But I've seen my share of actual material though. But I'd say it's for an acquired audience. That's my opinion. But I've come clean, at least in my head, that it does seem it could be decent. But to be quite honest, there's just something about maybe it's the aesthetic I'm not exactly comfortable with. Still, it might only probably cater for a specific audience. I didn't see it as a hyped up project. It was certainly on the lists, but hey. It was between that and, of course, Escape from Tarkov as well. Yeah, I might have been a bit harsh at first.
Impressive.
Might have the staying power, but I have no clue if that's even true. Unless that does have some form of artificial intelligence that I don't know about. Then probably, yeah. Still might be worse, no matter if it does or doesn't. But this feels like an important phase as gamers ourselves.
Excellent.
At a deeper level, and I need to report this because this is really, I think, what I'm about to then state is very important information, at least at a much deeper level. The dude has been gaming since birth, practically, but not absolute. I'll put it this way: much of his first experiences was not on watching shows, all that. It was in the games, on the video games experiences. Knew very little or nothing about how it's simulated, and it was 1993. As well. Born in a new house, and much of the merchandise was, of course, stuff related like Thomas the Tank Engine and many of the stuff you're usually affiliated with the royal sort of colors. There were numerous phenomena that was big at the time as well. Not that I say Sesame Street itself had been an impact. I don't even know if it really was. Learn a couple of pretty basic things. That's what's difficult, really. Even during that period of the tube, CRT TVs. Frankly, if reflecting back, true, social engineering itself had existed ever since I was born, and it would probably be the same for nearly every single other person. It's just some memes are very confronting. That's what I've learned. Well, and this applies to even things that have happened recently. But between what I've said and done, I'll come very clear that, I mean, it wasn't that. It's complex, really. I was at the point where, 3D technology was beginning to really take root. The arcade machines and that whole, community of people playing in arcade machines around the world was still massive. Albeit it was getting a little more expensive, of course. And then, how would I then forget what was described, I felt, was the golden era of gaming. In the days, Super Nintendo Entertainment System, Super Famicom, and Sega Mega Drive, also known as... Sega Mega Drive. Sega Mega Drive. The Sega Genesis, as is known in North America. Also, in understanding the roots of the player, it goes all the way back, as I said, from birth, basically. Super Mario Brothers series, which was significant in my early life. Absolutely, it was. These days, it ain't that bad, but sometimes you have too much hand-holding and it gets tough. Super Mario Brothers Wonder felt like a wake-up call, at least in my own head. All the way back around late 2023, around the same time Suika game came out as well. Incidentally, I'm watching someone that's actually running Suika game at the moment. Real fan of the dude's work. That's all I will say, at least to an extent. The core reason is how ultra technical sometimes, well, and other other real specific tricks as well. Mastering the Suika game, something I don't really have time for myself, but still have the product on my Nintendo Switch. So at least what I will say, can run that offline without any problem. Though of course. We're about the maximum output. It's 1080p. You can still upscale it. Yeah, but I shouldn't forget exactly how far other technologies have also come as well.
Headshot. Rampage. Impressive. Excellent.
And still run on the same game that I've been basically addicted to ever since 2006. Still running this 19 years later, but I mean it's only playing Insta-Jib mode nowadays. The Insta-Gib mode these days. Insta-Jib mode, excuse me. At which point do we explain that we're still going to end up being, well, the soldiers that resist from this, well, AI age, okay? There's no way that I'll really leave the place.
Excellent.
It's where my heart really lies, right where I feel happiest. It still gets me figuring that I don't think I'd ever want to leave the city, the little place. It might be little, but I like it better than nearly anywhere else I'd live. This is just the best I could really sort of experience, in a sense.
Excellent.
Many have eventually tried to track me down, and what happened.
Impressive. Lead time.
Albeit the journey isn't exactly complete yet, I know. Many of you are still witnesses to my work. It doesn't matter if there's no viewership, but I know there's a There are others, but even if I don't listen, I'm aware that it does exist. Many experiences are real. Though I may not be the very best gamer in the world either, but given my sort of other experiences beyond gaming, what I do is still among the very best, I feel. But I've also been trying to search for love from inside cyberspace as well, so don't ever forget, I didn't give up on that either. No, I haven't. Didn't fully materialize.
Headshot.
Oh, well, at the time it hasn't, but... It isn't the point where we need to rush through this. That's what I've realized. Whatever the point, though, you'd be knowing that the broadcast is also evidence, which I had been experiencing a live baseball match that went all the way up to 18 innings. You know, first set of 9 innings, then 9 extra innings after that. Yep, and it's also proof, which some things you can never really remove from a human being's mind. Even if I feel even under the deep state of fatigue I've experienced, the point sometimes to recharge, then, well, reload basically.
Rampage. Excellent.
Still, you shouldn't forget I'm not only really cold inside, but I'm pretty mature. Yeah, what did you expect me to say anything else? It's a little bit twisted, but I know I'm happy who I am.
Impressive.
Makes no difference.
Excellent.
Then, in the ways that I feel that I've been misinterpreted all this time, in a way.
Impressive.
What I stick with is what I do the best.
Rampage.
I already did have other plans already set right after this is done, but that's usually kept to myself.
Impressive. Excellent.
Does have me think questioning what exactly is going to unfold for November? There's no telling. It's not the case to do it to play the game day by day or whatever. Sometimes that's important as well, but just understanding of the course. Well, where the users are best affiliated as, well, gamers basically. Some are misdirected or don't even know where to go. Well, this is reality too. Some just have to retrain. Albeit it's not as easy, even amidst all the years I've endured, sometimes feeling that I've been insignificant, that I know I still feel I'm still an important player somewhere. The family, well, maybe with the exception of one of my sisters, frankly, nobody else is a gamer, so it's really the two of us that find pleasure still doing games, at least at a capacity. Though I'm still truly dedicated. In a way, I'd call myself a thoroughbred, though I'd be more than that. Be a master of my own art, which never is easy. Even amidst the years, of course, remembering about just what it took, and getting at this point, 2020, at least 2025, and a little further beyond. Exactly why that I still resist, for example, AI technology. Why? In one way, sort of follow different sort of passions, different dreams and passions and so on and so forth. I might have some rather uncomfortable truths and realities from within myself. That does not then mean where everything's fabricated. At the times between...
Prepare to fight.
Yeah, I'll just change a map. Try another map. Wrong place. See where everyone spawned? Team match. Team map. Do another map. Yeah, but sometimes that's selective. Either it's with a map that's exclusively for teams or for FFA. Because if it is FFA in the instance. Yeah, I'll start this. Quite cramped, I know.
Past. Prepare to fight.
Do lose track of time, but I do know the current time is well, it's 4:23 p.m., 14:23 hours local time, Chinese time, 17:23 hours, 5:23 p.m., 17:23 hours JST Japanese time. I think it's at 8 a.m., 8:23. I usually like to clarify this. Yeah, that's indeed the time. Never give up as a fighter. I mean, like I said, or a gamer and a fighter. Mental fortitude, I mean, that's what I meant. To not stop fighting and, well, the, I guess, problems that sometimes manifest in the head. I mean, us humans, I mean, not Satan. Industry these days is the same as it once was. In fact, it isn't. We're already seeing a I'd probably describe it as a rather grim revolution under the current circumstances. Others are only wanted to create a singularity eventually. That's what I do not ever want to be involved in.
Excellent.
Be human until the end. That's my nature. That's how I roll. Wouldn't ever drop what I've already accomplished. Just simply let it all slide up. And besides that factor, I'm already aware about many of my own skills as a streamer. What I've already can do, and still proud of doing. Independent from agencies or companies. A greater impact than many politicians in the world, I feel.
Excellent.
Yet our place as gamers is also being lost at the same time. And it's still important to still grind on.
Rampage.
Play games that we know we still... We'll still enjoy at a level, or at deeper levels. To play where our heart feels most comfort, both our mind and heart actually were what I'd call, well, the most comfortable in, if I'll be honest. It's complex, male, female, or other person. You know, under the LGBTQIA with groups. That it doesn't matter of the position or orientation, based on, sexual orientation or gender. A gamer is still a gamer. Love is love as well, no matter the gender either. And still have a strong personal belief of that. I know my own personal stance. Though, let's be honest. There are not very many of us which have comfort in explaining to being open, no matter of the, as I said, the gender of the individual. Since I know not all of them are heterosexual people, I know that. And some are very good at what they do. Even if sometimes maybe they may be a little demented. But we all have that. Well, you know, we can't describe ourselves really as, well, very, let's say, mature people. If, of course, that we eventually, well, throw some of the taboos at the wayside and explain that it's meaningless. What are you going to achieve by constantly abusing others? What will you still be trying to do in places where that they continue to treat you like you're some filthy individual with no purpose? It's happened in my life for way too long. Yeah, maybe I might be a bit twisted. Sometimes maybe I have a different way to express my form of, well, pleasure, you may say. No matter if it's SFW or NSFW, to me it doesn't matter that much. And yet, what I've seen in developments in AI is eroding a lot of that sensation, but at the same time, new opportunities as well. For example, fan art used in forms of AI. It puts some sometimes unique styles that sometimes we don't very often or barely actually see, you know, done and created by humans, at a sense. I mean, many are fans of doing abstract stuff. There's some who prefer the more conventional stuff. Sites of drop-dead gorgeous models, though, is a different situation, I feel. I've always did have very certain preferences from pretty much as like a, what, early teen, mid-teen ager. It's really more about to know inside instead of outside. Which does remind me, as eventually, my project will eventually become a hybrid project in time, but given I haven't thoroughly thought out anything really in relation of this other project that's a part of the Our Life 12 multimedia project, but I can say straight up, it will be a voiceless, a Muse project.
Excellent.
And I still need to figure out how exactly I can design this, do rough designs of this model, as I already know that importance. I mean, in recognizing that I am limited as an artist myself. Even so, it isn't really my strength, but I do know I still had some ideas about, well, both of how to design the basis model and a new model as well. A new, as I said, it's a female model that will be part of the project, but will be voiceless, as I've already said previously. Something which I'm still, well, a range of ideas in my head about that. Try this again.
Vote passed.
I'll start and begin on my own terms. Just play on until I drop, huh? That's exactly what I'm going to do.
Prepare to fight. Three, 2, 1, fight. Lead lost.
Let's go. You just never know what I'm really going to plan next. It's important not to have that, I don't know. Be aware that if I do, if I feel there's misunderstandings that happen, I mean, I try to apologize as soon as I can. I usually come clear if I say that it was intentional or it was not my intention, or it's just accidents like that happen, or whatever. That's just what I will just point out at the time. Still try not to, of course, try to be abusive, and that's not so easy to master either. In, mitigating as much abuse as possible between, well, not only myself but potential collaborators in the future, and all that stuff. The nature, though, as I already said previously, I wouldn't stop this for anything. But even so, even if I stop whenever I say I stop, that's entirely up to me. Keep saying that. I do not feel this time around, though. I feel suppressed. I feel there were new gates that were opened earlier, and, well, doing my best to interpret everything. I mean, I'll never get every message. That is the reality that I know as a soldier. In a place that I'm beginning to recognize, this feels more and more, I don't know. It's complicated, really. Escaped from the old system, wasn't aware that the many remnants, I'll say, of the new, from the old system is part of the current system. There. There are not many groups of people which do preserve memory, or memories. And therefore, the only way I was able to survive was on a special connection and relationship. It was the only way I was able to escape. But even so, it's part of another story. There's not only that, there's other circumstances for where, as human beings, some situations is not linked by fate, but it's some circumstances beyond our own control, and sometimes we just need to let the circumstances just come as they do. Improvisation does have its risks. Realistically, and I won't lie, that I don't stay focused on one genre either. I've already mentioned I'm a real big Hollow indie fan myself. Though I'm still thinking maybe, as I've said, we're two of my other favorite sort of virtual agencies. I'm still figuring where there will be even places for fan games for them. And time will tell, of course. But opportunities in, I don't know, other forms of connection, that's where it gets complex. What I shouldn't forget, there were two other certain events I wanted to explain. It was the death of Tomonobu Itagaki as well. He was a really important sort of individual talent and understanding about why, like, was it Tecmo company? Might have been the other company. Since I can remember, there was just something that come just after his passing, and that was Ninja Gaiden 4. That's the one. They did finally come out, and few have touched that actually in the list. Where it's a notoriously tough game to get used to. been known to be pretty intense and punishing. I've seen a range of experiences myself, both on, well, the original Xbox back in about 2004, but I hadn't really followed it since. But I knew somebody else I used to see used to play Ninja Gaiden 2. I think it was actually Ninja Gaiden 2, not Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. No. But what I will never forget, though, the Dead or Alive franchise. They still have their own preferences. Speaking of which, as I want to be coming clear on something, it's interesting then
2 frags left. 1 frag.
Figuring out why I feel that some of these other franchises have been significant to an extent. Sure, the depths of character customization isn't that deep, but still. Still as eager to be, well, preparing for, WTF. Waifu Task Force. Still excited, well, to be directly involved. Well, first of all, playing it. But I'm not a part of it. But I'll be playtester, basically. And, well, first of all, I did that in playing Unme no Toriga. Fate Trigger. Had done that, had already did that for that game before. Even though I used an inferior PC build at the time running it. It was tough even going at above 120 FPS at the time. Games, for example, Fortnite Battle Royale, I can comfortably run around 240 to 300 FPS under certain settings. I've actually not touched that, but I heard the Simpsons collaboration is around. Yeah. In between, I'm assuming for the new chapter? Chapter 7, Season 1? Or something else? Even though I know it was a part of my early life, I don't actually like the show anymore. But its aesthetic has always been unique ever since it first came out,
Rampage.
As I remember, it debuted as a Christmas episode? It was on another show before it then become, well, the project that it first come, back in the old times, of course it was cel-shaded animation. Then in somewhere in the early 2000s it became fully digital. I can never forget the transition. And at the late 2000s, early 2010s period, it went full high def. 16:9. Complete as well with, of course, the iconic gag that was evolved ever since, well, it first come out as a cel-shaded version of it. That intro I could never forget, and the iconic couch gag as well. But, as I said, and the substance makes me a bit sick because it's not a very good show for me to reflect back on at a deeper level. But it's the introductions. It's much like Futurama, another show with Matt Groening's direction basically. It's just that's just sort of the point about to feed off each other sometimes, even if I don't listen. But in any case, it was sort of expected to complete well the Fox Animation team, I guess you may say, which they already had collaborations with some of those other shows. I'm not too sure. I can never forget the Beavis and Butthead collaboration on Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and Warzone. And there were others who were just sick. Just to put it bluntly. There's others, though, I don't know. Instead of chasing for maintaining originality and the creative direction of projects, it just goes so off the fritz it ain't funny. It goes off so far off the rails it is no joke. I'm also worried about the future for some other games. Many games in EA, they're not fully doomed. Yet, to be frank though, both them and Krafton as well, which which I recognize are taking real, serious gambles. Really cannot describe it any other way. Yeah. I did have important other correspondence I had to send to other users later. Just made the choice to do this because, in my honest opinion, this is important. Yeah.
Impressive. Excellent.
The fact that I prefer to go in my own direction instead of to follow schedules or whatever comes right back down to how I think and feel. What can never be replicated is our skills. There's a reason, there are many who still have to follow, the Immortal and Radiant level players in Valorant, or players above 26,000 points on Counter-Strike 2 Premier, right? Or when other games, like the highest rank among the highest ranked Apex Predators in Apex Legends. But there's fears too that, the road is coming to an end. But there've been feelings of, where does many of them go right after it's over? I just have this sense in my mind it could go on, but I still would prefer it to be still led by the human employees instead of AI employees. That's my take. As weird as it may sound, it's been significant in what I watch.
Rampage.
Even though I've never returned to it ever since leaving it on the fourth and on the fifth and the sixth seasons on the Xbox One. Never returned to it. Wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that really seeing really high ranked players, no matter what part of the world they're from, where their presence still is, in a way, quite important. It's funny. There's others more open about, escape from Tarkov than with Battlefield 6. In fact, as I know, the new Battle Royale mode is known as Battlefield 6 DeadSec, which is a company I've used to hear in the past. It's a curious name. Well, you had Warzone, of course, for the Call of Duty series, but I've, in a sense, had really stopped really following. Well, I'll say it as clear as day here. In one group than another. The place feels like it's going to be even more lost in time. The nature in the selection I play is entirely my own business, not directed by others. Completely independent and never getting any information to to chatting with others or with other forms of communication. It points me in a unique sort of position as well. It's why I'm still communicating with all of you members that I can see on the screen now. Because I'm aware how important this is to you people as well. What is important though is to strengthen my personal relationship with somebody else. I already know that is very important to both, to both of us to move forward. And that's critical. I didn't give up. And that's important to remember this. The problem, and I will never really lie with you folks, I only really speak native English, but there are other ways we can communicate with, when understanding, some other systems where it isn't perfect, but there will be ways in clearing things up. It's hard to figure how to evolve the community the way it is. And it's not only that, the industries the industries themselves diminishing. And that's fair enough. I mean, I too have known the report as well, what they call the real statistics about journalists. Closed their careers as gaming journalists and stuff. Being sucked in over way too much other information where it ended up becoming, well, overwhelming. It's no joke, though. That is indeed the circumstances it's up. In many cases, even in my own experiences now, I'm just become a blink and you miss it type of player now. You see glimpses, you just take the shots. Or you get taken out yourself, you know, it's
Revenge.
the nature knowing about how much I've been playing games nowadays. I'm sticking with what I am best at instead of just being sucked in, of course, on the sort of delusion that I should completely give that all up for something completely different. No, thank you. The way I roll is my own way. It's never simple to figure out just where do we go as a collective. I don't know absolutely every small detail of everyone's life, and that never should be explained. Many struggles, though, usually happen in stream. You moved the game, didn't you? Anyway. It couldn't be exaggerated where there are many agencies I'm still loyal to. Though I'm silent, but I am still loyal to many of those agents, well, of them. Usually it's not an easy task, particularly if they also are singers themselves, which it isn't actually that easy. Will remain, I guess, an important, otherwise important, sort of talent in a sense. That's still the issue, though. Some content might be relatively formulaic, forgettable. Some say it's the voices which make it significant instead of the music, but what if in this situation, like with my works, that I'm still one to try to remain loyal to my personal convention, but break from it sometimes, yeah? Different furies sometimes just come around, and what we see and do is entirely unique in one way. Stuff that can never really be replicated one by AI systems or other human beings. Doesn't matter if they're dressed in cosplay. Do they dress a different in cosplaying as others. Many nuances as us players wield. Irreplaceable, I'll say. Irreplaceable. It's important to also add, it's my 11th year doing this. Well, what I mean is, 11th year as a streamer. It is critical explaining this. But still, little room to improve still, seeing how technology continues evolving.
Prepare to
But
fight.
many tricks don't, excuse me. Some critical tricks never age with time. They're still they're still essential.
Lead lost.
Understanding of the mind is ever more critical than it ever was. I would never get brainwashed again into the forms of AI. The swarms will continue to come. In whatever circumstances, to resist. To never fall. Understand it's more than simply beauty. It's understanding and controlling the beast from within.
2 frags in 2 seconds. Excellent.
To love it. The same that you try to love your own inner beauty.
Impressive.
Which that itself isn't an easy balance. Like many tricks the hard way.
Excellent. Impressive. Excellent.
I already know what I mean.
Lead time.
A couple of changes in the back of the ebbs and flows.
Taken.
Because it feels like there's less than half of the users now are active. It isn't a secret, and our best to just explain it again. It's the actual presence of many forms of AI has really made some really tough decisions for other players who, let's be honest, just feel hollow inside, I guess. Feels like people that have no real purpose in their life. Even so, for some, they love what they do, but they wouldn't give that up for anything. There's some who are like that, and then there's others. They eventually submit and accept they can't keep streaming. They have to leave. In fact, some of them, they can't go back. It's a problem that's perpetuating more and more and more the further these systems go. We'd say multiple times previously that in the coming months we will still remain relevant. I still believe, I still feel I am. At the moment, I know I'm suppressed for other reasons. Some that's confidential, which basically all of it's confidential in that sense. I still stick to being happy doing it my way. Usually I'm not bothered if there's if there's a few viewers or hundreds of viewers, even a few viewers watching my work, or hundreds or probably even thousands of viewers watching, maybe even tens of thousands. Frankly, since numbers do matter in one way, but to understand exactly the player plays the person that plays the player is not the point that Peter Piper it's not the point where Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers, which is in and you say it too quickly, you're probably gonna lose your head. Feel a bit, I don't know, out of both mind and sight. Don't want to be then put in matters of tongue twisters. You still want to maintain a very clean line of communication no matter what happens. Well, at least I think so. It's also why I'll come clear. The other memories still are critical. Recall, certain moments that you could feel you're more alive inside. Unfortunately, sometimes certain ones are one-offs, and that depends on the person. Some want to relive or to feel that sensation again, yeah? So that's
impressive. Excellent.
Does reflect right back in understanding the purpose. Can you excuse me a second? See. I'm getting the assumption, excuse me. Just Still don't want to disclose too much. Still wouldn't say that it's in the matter to continue to feel silenced. Does sometimes feel there's something deeper that sometimes happens. Just at the points there. Just them three for the moment. Which, quite, uh-huh. Well, that's what I could watch as well. Though I'm gonna only watch it on Twitch. The PGO Masters Bucharest event. Amidst what had happened earlier, I am still a fan of watching Counter-Strike 2 esports. That's something that cannot be removed from my mind. I already know someone else I know from Vispo English as well that I know is also a fan of that game. Not only that, I mean, there are very few other users in Japan or whatever part of the world that actually are loyal. I know a couple from Twitch. Those are independent users though, that's the thing. Also, look, it's important to also mention what I am as well. Exactly what I'm searching for. At a deeper sense. It's hard to really know if it'll eventually materialize as a reality, or just as a fantasy in my head. I don't think so, though. I'm already aware, knowing that in a sense, I still do feel it's still unique somewhere in my own head, where I'm a special type of gamer. Sure, there's many who would dismiss me just as some invented POS piece of dirt. Screw what they say. What I do is my business. But that's not been easy becoming a better player. And a better hunter as well. Most of what my family tell me make me a very ill person inside. I can't really set differences aside to them because that, I don't know. Traditional values, probably with the way I'll describe it. But I don't roll like that. I'm completely different from them. I'm also of the strict opinion all of us players have one life to live. In reality, sometimes it's not the outside where the beauty lies, and sometimes it's inside. But it's not only that. I mean, I'm at a different sort of specific part or place in my existence now, and I'm also aware multiple other confidential information that I feel I might have decrypted, I'll say. I won't go no further. So what else can I explain? There have been some members of HoloLive as well that have also been trying to confidential information. Okay, I'll just leave it confidential. There've been a bit of correspondence, I'll say it that way, but that's it. I won't go no further. Try to think about something else. Just remember, and I'll just say this once more. Excuse me if I'm repeating myself. Yeah, I had done my own commentary, you know, in that 18. That game 3, you know, MLB World Series between Blue Jays and the Dodgers. I mean, it was a Dodgers home match, home game. In Game 3. But no, that was a struggle for about 9 consecutive innings without a run. And then in the 18th, yep, the deadlock was broken. In both literal and metaphorical.
Prepare to fight.
It ended with someone from the Dodgers team scoring a home run.
3.
That was it.
2.
After that 18-inning game, or 2 games in one, in normal in normal duration. Yeah. Amidst all the struggle and checking play-by-play, basically, where there was a winner that was decided, but it took many more extra innings, than would be usually the expectation. To relax for over 2 hours to watch the extra innings, no, I don't want to do that. A struggle. Everything was 5-all, and been for quite a long time. And even, well, beyond, say, 10 o'clock local time, that's 10 p.m., 2200 hours, that there was still no winner. Anything could have actually happened.
Impressive. Excellent. Rampage.
They would then call it the spirit of competition. It's, as they say in many sports.
Impressive.
By the way, the Swiss Round 3 stuff is underway on Counter-Strike 2, so for the moment, look, I'll still focus on it. Yeah, well, I already know. The points where I'm a bit of a tough player to resist. Then again, I've already said, yeah, there's no doubt that at least I'm an important presence of recent. Though I'm not exactly concerned about the player I really am, though. And the points where I could still improve here and there. It's the nature to it. Improving as a soldier is just improving the craft. Something that never has and never was easy. Except when you do find the sweet spot eventually, yeah, you want it. You unleash some of the best tools in your own, kit, basically. Improving the mastery of different weapons. Understanding why some games still are more profound to the individual than to the rest of the others. It just takes time for others to find what they call their favorite game. To me, this probably is the game that I love the most. Quake Live, well known as Quake 3 Arena in the past, but not in its normal mode. I could play the same mode, playing FFA. I can understand, it's something I can demonstrate as well. among some other older games, still make me, well, a special player in this system. Leaving the old system though, and feeling nearly completely silenced. Yeah. Describe probably the journey much more an arduous one than normal. Much of the trauma that I also experienced, I was still trying to overcome much of the real darkness as well from how I felt mentally.
Taken. Impressive. Excellent.
Though, as I've already said in the past, I'm no psychic individual. So I already know that, as a player that knows the stakes of recent
Lead tied.
and other points where many probably have recognized the position some of them are in.
Revenge. Lead
What matters
tied.
too as well. Understanding of the realities. So some of us gamers already knowing. I wouldn't ever yield, of course, as a player, which would ever really utilize any form of these new forms of AI, as I call it, the generative stuff and the agentic stuff,
Lead tied.
and still being really explicit in the stance against the use of it. But I can still teach numerous other players, even if it's quiet, numerous new lessons. Sure, my broadcast on YouTube is 720p 60. It's upscaled from 540p 240. Keep that in mind as well. 960 by 540, 240 FPS. The points where I sometimes don't emphasize quality, but sometimes that matters. Particularly when using normal latency. Also, because I don't utilize... I'm actually utilize two different streaming programs instead of using one as part of a subscription, and thus what I'm naturally, at least in this situation, running the game just using, as I said, two different systems. At the moment it's two PC configuration. I'd first been thinking of going one PC, then until I was booting this up, on the other computer that I'm sticking with what works. There's a range of games that use almost no power. We can keep just running this. But even so, still really not sure exactly at what time I'm actually going to quote-unquote drop or go to sleep yet. At the moment, and I won't lie. Take numerous experiences the way that I'll stick with. Not always going to have the fastest sort of actions. Put many other soldiers to shame, that's for sure. With the raw streaming skill I acquire. Yeah, and a very serious attitude, unlike most players who really don't know about that point about being aware that it is an important skill to acquire. Isolation, at the same time, is not everyone's preference either. Don't then forget, I sit on my own bed when I play games. I don't use a chair or some other...
Impressive. Excellent.
Something else. May have screwed my posture a bit, but at the same time, I can't think of a better way that I can play my own games. And that's critical to remember.
Impressive. Excellent.
In one way, I sort of live inside of cyberspace.
3
Though I'm not
frags
spectral.
left.
I'm only human.
Two frags left. Impressive. One frag left. Lose.
Starting to get just that little warm again.
Prepare to fight.
All set.
3, 2, 1.
Let's roll.
Fight. Lead lost.
There's some who still find enjoyment in some of the meaningless stuff. Hunter finds the hunted, and you see what happens? Too many hunted to become the consumed. There's a world of difference as well. Becoming the best of what you're doing.
Rails. Impressive.
You're feeling more
Two
complete
frags
from
in 2
inside.
seconds. Excellent.
As well as I said previously, finding my lost love as well. As well as to reconnect, which I've already said previously.
Excellent.
Still needs to be some collectives who have to know to keep their own momentum as high as possible, particularly when there's a lot at stake.
Tie. Headshot.
Not to say that we can do this 24/7. I've already been clear as day. I'm human as well. I must sleep eventually.
Excellent.
I've talked a lot of meaningless stuff, but sometimes there's some substance behind what I say.
Lead tie. Impressive. Excellent. Lead lost. Excellent. Rampage. Lead tied. Lead lost.
Anyway, there needs to be a point where other communications have to come.
Lead tied.
I've already had a few already set up. I'm a warehouse. I'm a significant player. Far more articulate than I was before,
Lead
too.
lost.
I didn't want to let that experience go either.
Lead tied.
For them to get to know
Impressive.
exactly what I was. But where I then plan to go from there, sometimes I might need extra time to wake my mind and eyes up from sometimes the uneasy realities, I guess.
Lead tied.
If I still want to hit rewind, well, I always can. Still have the archive, even if it's
Taken.
does sense. The
Impressive.
sense it's isn't that simple.
Tied. Lead lost.
Listen, yeah, I'm actually quite close to being on my limits when it comes to physically. In case you have no idea how long I've been on this in this place, been for quite a long duration. system needs a different type of quote-unquote cure. They're putting too many bad alternatives. It does feel like there's that importance of a soldier with a great sense of purity and justice inside his own heart. Abandon so many other principles to become, well, one of the ultimate players anywhere. Amidst sometimes the complexities of different realities that sometimes you have to be sort of put back in line.
Impressive.
The same drugs that continue to feed you, or feed the player, the person. Nah, I'm tired of having to hear the jokes. I still feel stuck. A culture. Some don't even know.
Lead lost.
If what their journey's about is, well,
Impressive.
requires
Taken.
a form of re-evaluating themselves. In thinking of this in a realistic manner. It's still complicated. Critical as well, in knowing I'm still want to be a proud player in this. It isn't the same as everyone's selection.
Impressive. Headshot.
How does then a player continue to evolve after?
Impressive.
Running. The same tunnels again and again and again and again and again. Year after year after year after year. Okay? So as long, of course, that he knows that there's different senses of... Not he, excuse me. I. Okay? As long as I'm aware there are certain roads that sometimes feel it's more prosperous, I'll take those any day. Wouldn't then forget, this is not about, well, one piece of the puzzle, it's so many other pieces that sometimes have to form the whole piece. And in a sense, form the person. And, well, sometimes that's not simple, but other alternatives can and would exist in them situations in where
left.
some other players actually can do the job relatively
Impressive. Excellent.
well.
Taken.
Would be the word I'll use.
Left. Impressive. One frag left. Excellent. Rampage.
Can only run one last one. That is all I will say. Same place. That's how it's going to be. But the point that this has been an abnormally, being so abnormal, an abnormally long battle has been, well,
Prepare to fight.
and broadcast, I'll add, was itself, well,
3, 2, 1.
impressive in its own
Fight.
multiple hours. Just stick with, well, what works. And that's exactly as I said before. something. Given that I sometimes rather just be feeling the happiest I can be. It's difficult sometimes to understand where the lines are drawn. I already know my drill though, but as I said, this will be it's the last game I play.
Lost.
That will be the decision now. It's the situation. Just a little burned out. It's a fact, okay? Just want to let them players know. Well, at the time as well, where I was actually checking two battles, that was between Team Liquid and Tibet Boom on one match, and the other between Gamer Legion and Saw on the other. And that's what's been up. One at the Nuke map and the other in the Inferno map.
Impressive.
What's been really going on at the outside though is it's hard really. Just sometimes feel that the deeper presence of some of our soldiers are more impactful through streams instead. Clips I know are hard, but I already know another method I can communicate that way. If you want to still be rather clear.
Impressive. Excellent. Lead tied. Lead lost. Revenge.
I mean, yeah, just on a different sort of direction and extreme. Wouldn't give it up for anything. But that's because sometimes you just don't know where you're going. Still have to remember all those other experiences. Well, become, well, a different sort of player, really. But it's just an unusual little situation that I feel a bit more, I'd say, thrusted on. And it leaves a few questions, I also feel, to where, as a player I run, it's important to remain true to the principle, not to the fame or the money. Well, of course I'll continue to repeat it, because it's to know the like-minded ability, the like-minded personalities is one thing. But the way that some players function, some cannot live alone, you know? Well, for others though, they're alright for a while, but something else is pushing them back. Collaborate and find someone else to play. Issues sometimes manifest at different places in the mind, but sometimes even I'm understanding at a different degree. The moment, I'll say.
Headshot. Excellent. Rampage.
Does suck though sometimes, you know. Just come clear to say that I'm not a fan of talking trends and crap. I prefer to work on my own terms than listen. Well, unless we can get something, well, there's points that can work something else out.
Impressive. Excellent. Impressive. Excellent. Impressive.
Yeah, we still can't play this whole game.
3 frags left. Impressive. 2 frags left. Excellent.
Struggling.
1 frag left. Excellent.
Yeah, getting the
Rampage.
frags, but yeah, my right arm's actually under about the most stress it's been. Finish it off. Then go home. Close the doors. That's it. Farewell.
Stream is over. Close it.